Welcome to this lovely campaign, The Realm of the Ascended Dragon Gods. This is our first chapter and our first episode. As I've already sent you all your private little snippets that explaining how you appeared in this specific spot. You should all have them.
Yes.
Some of you responded. I'm glad and thankful. For the rest of you, I hope you got them and read them because you might need them.
I did. Don't worry.
So, we're just going to dive right on in. Welcome to the very massive map known as the town of... what the fuck did I call it? Brathis? Brathis.
Holy fucking shit, it's...
If you all find yourselves up here in the top northwestern corner,
Okay.
find the
Just
potato.
a quick note. I did not expect to scroll down and see a goddamn potato.
I see the potato.
It is me, the potato.
Look, let's just let him roll through town. Everything will be fine.
What? I don't mean to be that guy, but why is there a Meg Griffin profile thing?
We'll get to that eventually. Don't get ahead of it yet.
Hey. All right. Well,
It's currently
Go ahead.
morning. Abs over here. I need to learn how to say your name.
Absolutely.
Abigail.
Absolith. We're just gonna call you Abby. I'm gonna refer to you as Abby because that shit is easier for me.
Go ahead.
I'm going to change your shit real quick.
If it works for you, go ahead. Abby. I've got her full name on her character sheet, so
Yeah.
you need to.
Wait, you're Abigail. I was talking about Absinthe over here.
Oh, okay.
Alright. Abby won't work because you both have Ab for your first name.
No,
So
no, there's just Abby 1 and Abby 2. This is obviously how it works.
you're Absinthe. You have Abby and Absinthe. Fucking synths. Alright, Absinthe.
Rude.
It's early morning. You've been pretty much walking for the better part of an hour. You find yourself on the outskirts of this town. As you approach, a large wooden fortress wall nearly. Still makeshift and somewhat rambly. It doesn't look like it's been up for very long, but you approach and the gates are held open, and there stands two guards that immediately stop you where you come in. Stop right there. We need to know your intent for this city of Brathis.
My goddess has directed me into the city.
And who is your goddess?
Noxina, the goddess of protection in Ravenholm.
You do know you are in Ravenholm, correct?
This is my place of origin. I have worshipped her for the whole time I've been here.
If you worship her, show us your sigil.
He shows his shield, which has the sigil of Noxina imprinted onto it.
Very well. Head on in. It is right here to our to the south, and you'll find a few shops around the square. They immediately allow you to pass as they both step to the side and reassume their position.
Potato wanders into the city.
God.
As you come in, Synth, to your right, there's a door, large and very well made. It has printed above it, inn. Just inn. Not an actual name or anything, just inn. To your left, you see a very well-built stone building, and on top it says, Gabriel Smith.
I decide to keep both of these facts in mind as I head to the inn to rest. It has been a long day of traveling.
It's early morning.
Or a long night, rather. I've been traveling for 12 hours. I need a rest. Or a drink. Both, please.
You walk into the inn, and as you go through the door, you feel nice, warm coming from inside. It appears that they actually have some sort of heating arrangement in here that's keeping this building nice and warm and cozy. It's a long hallway and it splits off. You notice that there's doors on either side of you, but they all seem shut and they all have numbers imprinted on them. As you round the corner on your right side, you do notice an opening where people are talking and you hear voices. Right as you pass inside, you see this slightly scantily dressed human woman
Meg Griffin.
Yeah.
carrying a lute, attempting their damnedest to serenade this beautiful wood elven woman who stands with a silk dress clinging to every single one of her curves. She seems to almost be purposefully ignoring this, I guess, wooer. She's the
You
wooey.
mean attempted seductress?
Yes. As this is happening, let's see. Ray, you find yourself waking up in your room. It's early morning, there's a chill in the air. It's a bit nippy because you forgot to put your blanket on the previous night, or you managed to kick it off and as it sits on the floor beside you. And at the same time, hearing the door kind of slam open from a tired adventurer barging in, Abby, you get startled awake in your room.
Well, being startled awake is never fun, but I will go and slowly open the door just a smidge, eyes squinting down the hallway, seeing what truly made the noise, and if I spot anything, I'm just going to close the door, go back to bed for probably about another 5-10 minutes.
You crack the door open just in time to see the back end of this armor-clad individual kind of tiredly shaking from side to side. You can see they kind of have like that, have a rash in a very unfortunate place walk. The same one that normally you get when you've been walking for a very long time and forgot to wash your loins.
I feel insulted, alright?
Well, the green-skinned human. It'd be yeah. Well, we'll get there. Just close the door, go back to bed for another 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, you shut the door, latching it again, putting the extra lock on it, and you climb back into bed. And the moment that you put your hands on either side of the bed, you black out.
Just flops onto the bed, doesn't even bother to put the covers on. He's just
I'm
gone.
gonna start donning
No.
my armor on.
In the meantime, Absolus has decided to go in and take a seat. For now, just finding the scene of the seductress trying to woo this wood elf slightly amusing. What an interesting sight from this area.
Sydney, you were trying your damnedest for the past few days to try and woo this woman. She's always kind of given you not necessarily a cold shoulder, as you've always caught a slight glimpse of her peeking over her shoulder and a slight crack on her smile as she eyes you for a moment, but she's never quite given you the entire attention you deserve. And you've been working here for the past few days, playing your music in the evenings, getting free drinks, and doing your damnedest to earn an extra coin or two to pay for your meals for the night, as well as your room and board. But you still can't seem to get over this wood elfin woman. Now, there's a few other barmaids, but they're not nearly as attractive as this one.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna keep playing the music for her, 100%.
Go ahead and roll me a performance check for the first roll of this game.
Fucking A! Let's do this!
Please tell me that his character's not the Meg Griffin.
Fucking absolutely.
Absolutely.
Which one am I rolling, Josh?
Open up your character sheet.
Yep.
And click on performance.
Donde está?
Watch it just be a nat one.
in your skills.
Pray for the natural bonage.
Still can't find it.
Watch it be a natural 20.
If I had any faith in you, I'd
It was
give
a nat
it
20.
All right. So going into your thing, you're going to go to slightly to the left of center. And you're going to see a list of your skills, like acrobatics, animal handling, arcana. And go down to P's, and then click on performance. Should be a little bit more towards the bottom.
I don't see it. Maybe I'm just blind.
Possibly.
Right, go.
Do you see where it says wisdom on the far left of your character sheet?
Yes.
Alright. Just to the right of wisdom, where it says +1, just to the right, you'll see performance.
It'll be right under your perception.
Do you see it? Right there.
I see perception.
Go down
Look,
one.
Performance.
Right.
Ha-ha! I
Just
see it.
click on it while it's blue.
Okay, I did it.
13.
You pull out your lute, and you play a ballad that you've known very well from something else. It goes a little bit strange. Something about a hitcher and tossing a breadstick at them. You sing it very well. Not as your best performance. Normally you add a little bit more of a dance and some hip swaying and a little bit more flair to it, but it's not your worst performance either. You've done well enough. Everyone in the entire tavern hears it, and you can see a few people tapping their foot along as you strum. About this time, Ray, you've probably finished putting on your armor, as well as Abby waking up from her fiver. And Synth, you sit at a table that's already occupied by another woman. She stands up and just walks away. And then sits on one of the bar stools nearby.
Okay. I did not expect people to already be so rude. I am sad.
It looks like she was waiting for someone, like, impatiently tapping her foot, and when the music played and you sat down at her table, she kind of, like, gave you a startled look. And at first you could actually see, like, she was about to say something snappy, but then it turned to, like, who the hell are you? She just kind of slowly got up out of her chair and walked away.
Oh, well, at least it was better than it could have been.
Behind
still
you
tapping.
at the other table, you do hear a group of adventurers talking. You can't really quite make out what they're saying over the music, but you could attempt to if you felt like it.
I shall make a perception check to actually see what's going on.
Very nice. With that 19, you're listening into these adventures for a while, and they're talking about something akin to local smugglers or some kind of underground ring. They received a quest to try and suppress this, but they're not 100% sure where it is or how to find it. All you do know is that some other adventuring groups have already received the same quest, and they're arguing over whether or not they should just try and rush it. As you see this very stubborn dwarf with a crossbow just like, "Alright, I know that you're not that quick, but if we get them by surprise, we can totally take them. They're just some smugglers. We can get in and out in no time. Hell, we can even get ourselves some extra riches before the others get there." And immediately the heavily armored, almost knight-looking man on the other side, wearing this darkened armor, speaks up. You don't know what you're talking about, dwarf. If we head in there without any intelligence, they could ambush us, and if we get caught off guard, there's no point in having loot if you're dead. They keep going back and forth, arguing. The others just simply watching on at this point as these two are just essentially arguing on whether or not they should just charge in or if they should scout it out and see if they can find more information on it.
Interesting.
I'm
I
going
feel
to
like-
slowly make my way into the tavern area.
You're immediately just beguiled by the sight of a bard gently shaking her hips right as you walk in.
Pointing his gun at Meg Griffin.
uh,
I hate you.
I'm just gonna say, Rue is pointing a quote-unquote firearm, but it's not located in their hand. At least not yet. That's not until later tonight, when they have the room to themselves.
Wait.
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 Pausing this for just one moment, we're gonna come over here to this spot, where we find a somewhat foreign sorceress has stumbled her way into a bookstore. Now, there's not many books here, but most of them are in pretty pristine condition. A lot of stories, and most of these look like they were written in-house. The writing is a little bit sloppy from what you're used to. But there are plenty of books in here. And the woman at the front, while being a little bit more towards her middle age, is doing her best to not only maintain these books, but also keep the printing going. You can tell by these ink stains that seem to be just dug into her fingernails along the sides and underneath. There's these darkened stains, and there's ink smudged along the edges of her hands. You can tell this woman has spent a lot of her time just simply writing books, copying from one book to another. Aurora,
This per-
you have the stage.
It does not help that the Texas beach has a delay.
We'll have to just be patient. And if you can't be patient, well,
Aurora can type fast. We're good.
Okay, I wanna ask her if there's any books about cold dragons.
cold dragons? Do you mean like ones that shoot ice from their mouths?
Exactly.
Well, we have a book on generally speaking of dragons, but not one specifically on just the cold dragons, I suppose.
I suppose you don't have any of ice spells.
I'm afraid we don't have any kind of arcane books here.
Unfortunate.
Pulls out knife.
Unfortunate starts fireball spell.
Unfortunate. It would be really useful to block my flames.
People die when they are killed.
Pro tip.
Is there anything else that I might be able to offer you? We have some lore books that might help a little, but we only have the one book and it's on general dragons.
Well, I was wondering if you have any empty book that I can write in.
Oh, of course, I have
To
a...
keep notes if you may.
And yes, of course. It'll only be about 4 silver, but I can give you one of our larger tomes if you require it.
A what?
A tome?
Like
It's a
a
book.
magic book,
Not magic. Just
or just rather very large?
Sure.
it's a book with pages in it. Non magical.
I'll take it.
For silver. Go ahead and mark out that you don't have 4 silver anymore.
Wait, how the fuck?
Just put a side note on. We'll finish
Also-
getting money and
also
shit
if you-
later. I think your
also
background
just
should have
to-
given you money.
Yeah. Also letting you know, just for conversion rates, 1 gold equals 10 silver.
So wait.
So if you have 5 gold to start and you're paying 4 silver, you'll now have 4 gold and 6 silver.
I'm just gonna open up this character sheet and see what's going on.
Okay, give me a second to put the numbers.
So you had, what, 10 gold?
9 gold, 4 silver, or 9 gold, 6 silver remaining.
Yeah. Bazinga. That's
Done.
not the right one. There.
Bazinga.
That middle one is EP. And we don't use Electrum. It doesn't exist in this world. It's fucking stupid.
Whoops.
No problem. You have 6 silver, 9 gold, 69. I'm immature and
Giggity.
kind of tired.
Okay, so where do I put the tome?
Up your
You
ass.
should have a satchel or a backpack of some sort given to you from your background and class. So I'm going to assume you just shove it in your backpack.
I'm just holding a gun to a
Well,
potato.
the thing is I can't type it.
Okay, I got you.
Hey, the bard has to go rehang their clothes from the washing area.
Okay. Hurry up. I'll change your picture in a bit, by the way. Edit. Add. Non-magical tome.
So we have Potato, Gun Knight, Meg Griffin, and Sorceress, and Yoda.
First off, I am not Yoda. I have not made an appearance yet.
There.
I am calling you Yoda until you
Thank
show
you.
us otherwise.
This is why it's going to be a hefty price to spend more money on artwork for a character like this.
So, she passes you this relatively thick tome. It's filled with these simple pages. They look like they're fabricated here in town. Some of the edges are not quite as even as they normally would be in a professional tome, but the binding is solid and it's a hardback tome.
Perfect, so it's a projectile.
Is there anything else you would like to do in this shop?
Wow. Not I'll go to the inn.
You hear the woman. That's good. Thank you for your business. Have
Well, first
a
I
good
have to
day.
say thank you.
She gives you a polite bow as you leave. You flop your way on outside. You notice right in the middle of the town square, there's, next to this stone building, there's 3 of these well-armored town's guard. They're all posted up facing multiple directions and keeping a lookout. You pass by them as inconspicuously as possible, making your way all the way to the inn, where you barge in. A certain Abby hears the door kind of creak open and then shut with a little bit of a rather loud clasp as the door kind of hits a bit harder than usual. And there you see Norse walking in. Aurora, as you come around the corner, you too see this rather scantily dressed woman still trying to serenade the proprietress. You remember seeing this from last night, this bard that stayed up all the way until nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, keeping almost everyone awake. Just
Okay, I'm back.
singing and attempting to dance. The songs were catchy and they had a good rhythm to them, but they get kind of meh after the 4th or 5th time that you hear the same serenade for this wood elven woman.
Jesus Christ, her clothing disgusts me. As I go to the table and lay down the tome.
Which table do you go to? There's one here in this corner. There's this one that has 2 people sitting at it that don't know each other. There's this one that's full of people.
The one with a potato.
You know you can control your thing, right? There you go. Yeah, it doesn't match up with the chairs because I didn't stretch it out enough. So, bringing that back, now that most of you are in the same room. Absinthe. As you're sitting at this table, you do notice this half-elven armored figure walk up and just sit at the table across from you. And soon after, this other woman wearing this lovely blue robe carrying a small staff just walks up and drops a rather large tome on the table and then takes a seat. You've never seen these people before in your life. You don't know who they are, but they just seem to come up and sit at your table anyway.
Yeah, my eyes start to literally glow for a second before I blink it away and just look at the 2 of them. Have I perchance passed you in another town here?
I remain silent. However, I do give a head shake. Just a no.
That's a nice thought.
I have seen way too many faces to remember any of you people.
Okay, 1 second before this continues. My internet is deciding to be shit. There we go. That should be better.
I'm not gonna lie.
yeah.
I'm so happy that I use these like terrible tokens for you guys because it has brought you guys to look for your own artwork so quick.
I already have ideas for my character's look, and I know someone who can draw it, but for now I'm just happy being a fucking potato. A literal goddamn potato. I just decided to acknowledge their existence and try to make light conversation. You must be reading quite a bit to have such a large tome.
Clearly you haven't read enough as I go back to writing and whispering in ice tongue.
Hey, no need to be rude. I'm simply trying to make conversation. Though to be fair, I've not seen in many in this area carrying such large books around.
I'd snicker at that comment.
Of course you would, goddammit. And what was it, the dark elf sitting with us?
Half elf.
Half elf.
Half elf. I turned
Well,
to
I
the
gotta be ready for everything. You never know what you find in this place.
Exactly, you never know what dangers you might face. As for you, Sir Half Elf, what is your name?
I'd slowly kind of remove my faceplate that I have on
I'll fix these later.
before speaking. I'm Ray. Just Ray. That's my name. I don't talk much. I don't have many reasons to talk much, so yeah. I
You
just quietly sit there and like twiddle my fingers in my lap.
Oh, there goes Meg Griffin. Where the... Oh.
Meg Griffin is gone.
Meg Griffin dead. Meg Griffin dead.
Meg Griffin got an upgrade. Shut the hell up.
Absolute. And it just chuckles and just says, well, you seem rather talkative to me. I'm Absolith. It's interesting to meet both of you. Before he decides to start messing with his frickin'... He starts just fiddling with his shield and sword.
That picture is so scuffed. It's widened out, so it just looks like... Oh,
I'll actually take some time later and actually make proper tokens for you guys, but for now,
it'll be fine.
you're just stuck with the... Yeah, I didn't have prep time since nobody chose to grab some art preemptively.
Brr.
Sexy BR, I ain't doing nothing. Anywho,
Sorry, I didn't get your name before.
It's Absolith. Or Absolis. Ah!
Absolus.
Absolis.
Well, pleasure to meet you, Absolus.
And what is your name? Misreader of Tomes.
Misreader of tomes.
I'm Aurora, but call me Aura.
You do not know how tempted I am to make a joke about that.
I was about to make a Joe joke, but I was like,
Exactly!
Well, you gotta roll for it. Good luck.
You're allowing me to roll for a Joe joke.
roll a charisma check. Just a raw charisma check.
Oh no.
If it's anything under a natural 20,
How do I change the picture?
If you're wanting to use your icon, go to the gear. And no, it wasn't the gear. What the fuck was it?
in order to actually change your actual PFP, either you can send it to me and I'll fix it for you, or if you click on edit at the very top right of the character
Oh, I
screen,
see it now.
it'll bring up the actual character edit menu.
Avatar pic.
And you click remove for your avatar and then upload the one that you want.
Just a straight charisma check.
Just a straight charisma check.
All right.
Just
I attempt to make a jovial joke about the name.
It's a nat 20.
it's an unnatural 20.
I have a +3.
Still, it's a 20.
I got a 20 on my Joe joke.
I'll allow you to do it this one time.
Well,
If it doesn't make me laugh, I, who have not watched JoJo, I will subtract 100 points from your HP immediately.
Oh no.
He just turns with a jovial smile on his face. Does that mean whenever you attack, you just repeat your name over and over again? Now
Oh no.
I just want to kill myself.
That was quite the
I
joke.
sigh and smack the tome harder on the table.
Yeah, now I just want to kill my fucking self.
Uh,
Oh my lord.
I'll change your stuff in a second. There's just a moment.
That wakes me up, actually. Her slapping the tome on the table.
Beautiful.
So, Abby,
If you change your potato profile picture, I'm suing you.
You just love the sight of this potato.
It's just
Who
so
could have
happy.
slain this mighty dragon? Oh, it was a potato.
I just need to make it to where my actual profile picture is a potato, but my character is the potato, but my actual profile picture is my character.
and you see when you go into combat, I need to switch up the actual potato and give it angry eyes.
No, I don't want to lose a potato.
No, you'll always be a potato, but you'll have angry eyes potato and X eyes potato for when you die.
Yes, this is necessary now.
We'll get on that later. For now, go back to what you were doing.
Question.
Question, answer, what?
Can I write in the tome with this cantrip?
Prestidigitation. I'll actually say that anything that you write in the tome with prestidigitation will probably disappear the moment that it's over. So once that 1 hour is up, it'll disappear.
Well, that's actually useful for temporary
no
hidden
problem.
messages. Yeah, that's just freaking useful.
Yeah, because you can color or make a small mark or symbol appear on an object or surface for 1 hour. I'll say that you can actually write something on an actual book, but it will disappear after the hour.
Okay, that's good information. Thank you.
As the three of you are introducing yourselves to each other, you do notice that the bard, now tired from their presentation and singing, has attempted to squeeze in the same chair right next to Aurora, kind of pushing her almost off the chair. You're both now sharing the same chair.
Has to take the same chair. Always has to be doing something freaking lewd.
I look at the bard.
You
Why
do
are
the
you
same.
trying to sit in the same chair as someone who's already taken?
I look at her in disgust.
As all of this is going on, I'm going to try to make my way unseen through all the commotion to the nearest table right here.
Feel free to roll a stealth check to see if you can sneak on in.
You do realize we have a chair right over here.
I don't want to be bothered with individuals of questionable intent. Or at least that's my character at the moment. Or were you talking to the flirtatious bard?
I was talking to the flirtatious bard because we have not even realized your existence yet.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check as you come into the room, and you all notice as the bard doesn't exactly go around the table. He just kind of like rolls over the top, kicking their legs up into the air, kind of giving everybody a little bit of a show. You can almost see something, but magically her clothes manage to keep her unmentionables covered as she kind of just slides into the seat on the opposite end.
Yeah, that's a 6.
I don't
You
think this is going to...
walk in, and just as you turn the corner, you're attempting to sneak over into this little crack right here, kind of sneaking in, and you pick up one of the small stools and try and set it back there, and you're trying to be quiet about it, but instead of being quiet, you kind of bump into the side of the table, and you hear this loud as the table just like scoots over about a good 4 or 5 inches, just dragging across the wooden floor. Everyone kind of gives you a sharp glance for a short moment, and then goes back to what they're doing.
Yeah, very messy long black hair and amber eyes would probably be the first things to notice about this individual. Well, that and her green skin, pointy
fact that-
ears.
The fact that she looks like a goddamn serpent.
No. More of like a half orc, probably, than anything else, as she stands only at 5'2". But ignoring the commotion, she goes and takes a seat at the empty table in the corner.
Most of the people at the far table don't even like really pay much attention. You kind of see them like they hear the noise and they kind of instinctually perk for a second, and then you hear the dwarf yelling at the guy sitting across the table. You don't know what you're talking about! And then they get back into their little broiled argument, and you can kind of hear them, but it's still kind of faint to you.
Absolus just mutters to himself at that point, Jesus, why won't they stop arguing about this? It's rather simple, really.
Idiots, all of them.
I mean,
Quite idiots.
As you're all saying this, you notice that the argument has gone quiet. And that this group is now turned and facing all of you.
Oh, fantastic.
I take my kite shield off my back.
Absolus always has this freaking stuff out and is just muttering to himself still about what he would do. Because he's actually heard what they're planning.
I give him kind of a nod, like, towards the table.
I look at them with giving no fucks face.
You see as the ranger actually steps just slightly closer to you. And I'll roll for this.
Flops down on the ground.
Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, nice.
Oh, Jesus.
All of us?
No, just, Potato Man. Potato...
Oh, no.
Oh shit.
Absolus.
I thought it was me.
That's not good.
No.
That's not good.
No. Well, it wasn't a 1, so you're lucky there.
Imagine if it just kills us all off.
This ranger comes up and with a swift kick hits the leg of your chair. And you kind of scoot over a little bit, but you kind of panic and you try and catch yourself. But instead of catching yourself, you kind of slip on what might have been mead. You're not 100% sure if it was mead or somebody's dinner from the night before that's still kind of sticky down there. But you slip and fall and just land flat on your face. Just on the floor right there.
I get up
I
on
stand
my...
up and yell, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?"
Oh, we're all a
raised-
bunch of idiots, huh? You think that you can do better?
Oi,
I'll
I didn't
bet
call
you
you-
can't do anything. You don't
I
even
didn't-
look like you're worth your salt. I've had
I
drinks that
didn't
are
call you-
stronger than you.
I put my
gets up
hand
with his
up and
joke.
interrupt them.
You see as the ranger and the rest of the party kind of give you a slight look of contempt.
Absolus gets up with his shield ready and just goes, "Oi, I didn't call you an idiot. I just know what you're talking about," and muttering to myself what the fuck I would do. That has nothing to do with what you would do.
Yeah, the only thing you would do is run away. I bet
What
you
I would
never
do
even
is-
tested yourself in real battle.
He just stops and his eyes start to glow like a solid blue and just goes, "You want to repeat that again, short stuff?"
You see as the ranger sits there and they start reaching for their sword. You see the man behind them with this long lance with this barbed end. The dwarf like cocking back his crossbow, and you see the man in the back slam his hand on the table. This one. Yeah. They slam their hand on the table and everything. There's just loud boom, almost like a thunder strike. And all of a sudden you see the adventurers, they immediately kind of back down and they step away from the table, almost completely ignoring that you're even there in the first place. The argument has stopped, and they're all relatively quiet right now.
I'm gonna
Absolus
walk
is just
over and just ask if he's okay. You're all right.
Yeah.
You had a pretty bad fall.
Yeah, no harm done. Just
There's something sticky on your hand.
someone probably dropped their meat or something. I'll clean it off. But I swear, if anyone insults my honor, I've been through more battles than you might realize. So if anyone insults that, I tend to get a little protective.
Clearly they don't give a fuck.
Clearly.
Clearly. Though they do at least look competent, so I can compliment them on that. Oh, immediately the freaking
Bard runs away.
Zoom.
You all look there for a second, and the moment that
I move back to
Ray actually like stands up to like go and check on this new person, Absolus. You stand up and like a breeze flies past you as the bard just disappears out the back door. And as you go back to your chair and you sit back down, you notice the bard is back in their chair like nothing happened, just all smiles.
beautiful.
In like 2 seconds, I drank way too much tea too fast.
I don't know what the fuck just happened, but something happened.
I look at the bard. And you are?
A freak, clearly. I kinda just put a leg over the one and go back to writing.
Absolus decides to inform everyone on what the fuck was happening. And just says, okay, about what happened over there. They're discussing about some bounty that the local area is giving out about some smugglers.
I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back.
Well, if I heard correctly.
There's just,
The dwarf is straight to the point but dumb as a rock.
I mean, personally, if you were looking to actually get out alive, you would likely
And the
want
human
to
is the one who wants to do a plan.
I mean, the plan would probably be the best. As much as I myself would probably look down on a smuggler who I didn't know about, they can be rather crafty, so you have to realize what they're planning. For all we know, that wherever they're hiding could be booby traps to high heaven.
It's around this time that from the back you do see a woman coming back in with what appears to be pretty much like a bucket of water. She kind of steps in and she looks at the table that you're all sitting at. She kind of looks underneath it, and noticing the smear, she kind of like just sets the bucket of water off to the side and pretends that she didn't see anything. She kind of walks around this corner here, coming up to your table. Pardon me, folks. Can I get y'all anything to drink or eat for breakfast?
Absolus just speaks and goes, "A light maid, please."
It'll be... Well... What comes after 2? 3 coppers, please.
Some water and that's it.
She kind of looks at you for a second. You see her, like, pull out, like, a tankard that's... She has, like, a group of these tankards that kind of hang from the side of her apron. They're all tied in. She unties one, turns over and, like, scoops up some of the water from the bucket that she has in her hand and sets it across. No charge, love.
I'll take an
Yeah.
ale.
That'll be 3 coppers from you as well.
I'm gonna put them on the table.
I cast shape water and freeze it out of disgust.
Already using frickin' shape water, Jesus.
It's a cantrip.
Yeah. I remember one of my characters is a water genie who has it, so I'm well versed with its versatility.
There's currently this, like, frozen tankard filled almost to the brim. Some of the water on the outside is frozen and left this, like, nice frost design on the outside. She just kind of stares at it for a second and gives you a leery look. And she goes and picks up the 3 coppers that were left on the table.
Before she leaves, Absolus puts his 3 copper on the table for some mead. He is...
She gives you a look of just like, why? She just puts her hand out towards you.
Oh yeah, considering the fact that she's not right next to the frickin' table. Sorry about that. He picks up the coppers and passes it to her.
And she takes them and you see her put them inside of like this, almost like a breast pocket, but you can actually see there's like a little wallet in there. And she sets all the coins inside, tightens it up. She walks over to the other side. She grabs 2 tankards of mead, comes back to the table and passes them to both of you. She grabs the frozen mug, kind of the tankard of frozen water, staring at it a little bit. And she walks back into the back. You know, she just kind of like chunks it inside of one of these, what appears to be like a large cask of ale, and she just drops the entire tankard inside and shuts the top. She comes back to the table. Anything else I can get for you? What about you, Dancer One? All that singing might have made your throat dry. You need something to liquor up with?
I think he's AFK.
Big oof. Bard,
I haven't heard him say anything at all.
Yeah, neither have I.
Sydney is asleep on the table. She kind of gives a little look and then just walks away. Coming over to this back table where she noticed a person.
Yes, a person.
A person.
She kind of gives you like a quick glance up and down. Well, what can I get for you, half-orcan? You look a little bit thin. You want some hearty food?
No.
How about a drink?
Water.
You see her
you
walk
already know what happened.
all the way back over here and pulls into the tankard from her little apron and dunks it in the water, walks it back over to you, and places it on the table.
Oh, there it goes. It's fucking Mike.
There you are. Enjoy.
The whole time I've been talking, so
Your mic has just been dead.
yeah.
Like,
Noticing that the bard has now like sprung back to action.
No, I don't want anything. Thank you.
Yo, You see her walk back over, picking up the bucket of water and then walks over to this side of the room and then leaves through that area. Oops. He's just gonna leave her over there.
She's cleaning the wood.
You can't see what the hell she's doing. She just walked around the corner. She's gone. Out of eyesight.
This might be a thing to say, but I'm wondering how much that bounty would pay.
That's a question I seek too. It could be useful for my practices.
It could. I could use the extra cash.
I just want to go punch that archer for kicking your chair down.
Oh, trust me, I'm sure Noxina will intervene at some point.
Quite.
At the mention
Oh.
of Noxina, Sydney, you do recall that at some point you did, not change faith, but you found faith in this goddess. As at some point in your past, you did kind of get saved by some miraculous shadow in the night, and since then it's left a lingering mark. And every time you hear the name, it kind of fills you with this slight joy and warmth that you're normally accustomed to in bed rest, but this is slightly different. It's a happier, less lustful joy.
Mm-hmm.
So I stand up. Go to the archer.
Oh no.
Beat her fucking face.
Aura, think about what you're doing.
Yeah,
Ah.
I get up to it, I'm like, hey, maybe we shouldn't. Oh.
Aura, no, there's no hard feelings about
No,
this.
no.
You don't need to do anything to the man.
I look at him with a cocky face.
Oh no. I'm just waiting for him to
They
also
outnumber
kick
us.
I mean, if all of us are put together, including the half-orc, we do have 5-on-5.
But again, we don't know each other, so we can't just.
Don't they have 6?
I touch the
No, that's
archer
the
with my
bartender.
extremely cold hand
the
on his
bartender.
shoulder.
Oh!
You place your hand on this archer's shoulder. Your abnormally cold fingers actually kind of giving him a little bit of a spook. You actually see his body tense up for a brief moment. The ranger actually stands up, and at this point you've stepped over to their table, in which they've already started paying attention to you as you walked up. But the moment that you laid a hand on them, you do see the dwarf actually place his crossbow above the table, aimed straight at you. The warrior next to you turns, his shield already at the ready, and a rather heavy-looking mace in his other hand that's almost fanged as it appears. They're all staring at you as you do this.
I'm going to completely move over and stand by her side, and I stand at the ready.
Absolus is trying to defuse the situation because he knows that no bloodshed here is going to be good. Just saying, whoa, 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 everything's fine. Fine, there's no hard feelings at this point.
What happens if the guards come? I say as I stand up and just move over beside Absolus.
That's part of my worry. I mean, these people seem, as weird as they are, they're rather comforting, strangely. Though he gets up and moves over to the group of adventurers that had kicked down his chair and just says, "Look, we don't have any hard feelings towards you. They're just defensive. Though, let's be honest here. If we're all fighting with one another, wouldn't that be doing the smuggler's job for them?"
They almost entirely ignore you as they're waiting to see what this bookworm is about to try and do. Especially with a bard that already has
Giorno's team just starts playing.
this rapier drawn out and held to the side.
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Now you start getting the Final Fantasy music, combat music starting to play.
Oh my lord.
I look at the dwarf and say, if you wish to succeed and get your bounty, try not to be reckless. As I go back to my chair.
Relieved that this encounter did not end in bloodshed, Amsla sits down and enjoys a drink of his mead.
I will go back to the table where everybody else is at.
Stealing Ray's chair.
Because somebody took my chair, so...
They were just standing next to it, but you just walk back around and just take their chair. It's
No, I rolled over the table like last time. And I gave
You rolled over with a scissor kick in the air and did a little like heel click as you flipped.
Don't underestimate a bard.
Especially one that can do the splits.
Boom.
God damn.
Try me.
You notice at this point that this group of adventurers is almost fed up with you. You see as, again, this almost de facto leader that's standing here, they have this large staff in one hand, and it has these runic symbols that are almost like glowing every so often. You can see like a shimmer floating through them with these gemstones at the ends, including this large diamond in the center. And they simply stand up, snap their fingers, and the entire party leaves.
Good riddance.
I feel this is gonna be a Pokemon rival situation.
Whose dick is bigger? You decide.
No, we
It's
didn't
always-
get to name the mass hat, so I mean that doesn't.
It's always the hero stick, so we win automatically.
Never mind that
I mean,
none
I'm
of you have dicks.
Who said I was female?
If you're not playing a female, you have a problem.
Are any of us guys?
I'm pretty sure I'm the only guy at this point.
I think you are the only guy.
Well,
Abs- This is going to feel very awkward if things go south.
or not. It's gonna go perfectly the way we need it to.
So gangbang on the male.
Oh no.
What the fuck?
I mean, if you want to keep his dick locked in your book, sure, go ahead.
Jeez, man.
Ooh.
Whatever.
Rip.
Ripperoonie.
With
Rip and
that,
tear.
you do notice you've gained a slightly ireful look coming from this wood elf proprietress. He steps over and she claps her hands as both of the barmaids pretty much reappear in an instant, just almost running to get there and begin cleaning the table off and grabbing dishes and setting them aside, stacking them up and taking them back into the this kitchen guy, which this supposed half orc that's very scrawny is sitting right next to their door.
Interesting.
I say we follow them. I wonder if, perhaps that, never mind.
Never mind.
Let me get a. Never mind.
Let me get out.
I'm just gonna go back to sitting down.
You all sitting around this table. Talking just doesn't seem to have really sprung up, as beyond the
Much.
conversation with the adventurers next to you, there hasn't really been much say-so.
Suddenly, Absolus gets up, setting his meat aside, and says, "What they said does seem a bit interesting. How about all of us go to handle this bounty? I would do it alone, though I'm not stupid, and I know that would be dumb."
Sure, go alone, get killed by like 6 of them.
Exactly. So, why don't the 4 of us form a party?
Hmm.
I look at the half-orc and say, why don't you come here, I don't bite.
There, there's a shift in her seat as she turns her head over, looks back to you, looks to where the commotion was previously, and just shrugs. Why?
I interject and say, because you have nothing.
So you just assume you know me?
I do. Because you haven't moved this entire time.
Maybe I just don't want to get up from my seat.
No. There's more
Tried-
to you.
You did
Well, I
try
think
to
a party is a fine idea, Absolus.
What's in it for me?
part of the bounty.
Yeah.
How much?
Well, that's to be discovered. We're unsure ourselves of how much the bounty is. Though it'll at least be fun, and if that dwarf, despite his folly, is correct at all, there might be treasure that the smugglers have kept that we could possibly use for our own practices.
You can have my part of the bounty if that gets your ass here.
Let me know how much it is, and I will consider it.
The paladin nods and heads out of the inn to go check with one of the guards, knowing that they would probably have some info on this smuggler's bounty.
I make sure my sword and my shield are okay.
I will join Mr. Potato Head. Just in case. Just in case anybody tries to.
Should I just go as a skeleton and just be called Mr. Bones?
Mr. Bones!
Just in case
I
that
want to get
archer
on
shows
Mr.
up
Bones'
again.
wild ride.
I want to get on
there.
this well.
All right, which way do you want to go, north or south, to try and look for guards?
North, since there's 3 guards up there.
All right. So the bard and the paladin, both Absolus
Mysterious.
and Sydney, walk over to these. I'm sorry, what?
No, you're good. I was just whispering mysteriously died.
They both walk up to these guards, and immediately the guards drop trow, and performances are made, and then trows are caught back up, and they go back to talking. Kidding. You both walk up. You notice these 3 guards. They're all kind of resting up against the corner of this building, kind of hiding in the shade as there's a little bit of an overhanging, I forget what those called, an awning hanging off the side of this building, and it's blocking a lot of the sun. It's a little bit cooler where they're standing. You're both stuck standing out in the sunlight as they're standing in the shade. As you walk up, you do notice that these guards actually have swords out, and they're kind of resting the swords on their shoulders, holding them with both hands. You can tell they're a little bit sweaty, but they are wearing rather hefty armor. And it looks very finely made.
I mean, obviously.
I will ask the guards about this bounty Ward has been speaking of.
Hey, Tim.
Yeah.
You actually have to ask that stuff in character.
Let me change my voice.
You got it.
Absolute steps up to the guard and says, "Hello, soldiers.
Oh,
We heard there was something about smuggler's bounty."
Smuggler's bounty, eh? I don't want to sound rude by saying this, but you don't look like you're strong enough.
Again, he starts to get angry, but calms down, knowing that this is not going to go as nearly as well as the adventurers party. It says, "Despite appearances, I can assure you I've tested my mettle in battle, and I'm not going alone. We have a group of about 4, possibly 5 of us. We just need info on what's going on and how much it's worth."
Look, we've been handing out pamphlets to quite a few different adventuring groups, hoping that they could try and band together and take this threat out, because it's been a bit of a hassle for Ravenholm for quite some time. The reward for confirmation that the smuggling ring has been dealt with is 1,000 gold pieces.
This already perks up the ears of this frickin' Kalashtar.
Again, I can't stress this enough. You're going to probably need either more people or be worth your weight in salt in order to take this out. This is not just some baby smuggler ring, nor is it a group of bandits. Bandits we would handle, but these, they're clever.
What was it? The word is escaping my mouth right now.
What's the definition?
Frickin' no, now I got it. A complex operation of smugglers. I only need one more bit of information. If you were to assume a placement of this smuggler's ring, would it have anywhere in a dark space or be underground?
Yes. Probably. I mean, if we knew where it was, don't you think we'd handle it ourselves?
Fair.
Finding it's your job. That's why we're paying so much. You find them, you wipe them out, you come back with proof.
Thank you, soldiers. And he heads back to the inn happy with his information.
He puts his hand on the shoulder of the bar, just two small fingers that, just in tapping you, you do feel a heavy weight, kind of almost pushing you sideways. This armored gauntlet reaches out to you for a moment, and you see in his hand is this scrawled parchment, which is simply just a bounty letter. It doesn't really say much more than it just says, smuggler ring detected, and pretty much what he said. It has a small, couple of bullets listed. Find the smuggler's ring, defeat them, bring back proof of their destruction, and a detailed map of the location. Bring it back to the guard captain, and you'll be awarded 1,000 gold. And at the very bottom, you do see the sigil of Ravenholm, right next to the signature of a captain. Captain, or guard captain, the fuck was his name? I always forget.
Always forget.
It's guard captain Quentin.
Quentin.
Thank you for the information. Mr. Potato, get the hell out of the way.
As you both yeet yourself back into the inn,
You took my chair. You've taken everyone's chair.
And just so everyone's clear, I have burst into the chair.
You've literally taken everyone's chair.
Listen,
Or
you have to learn to like it, okay? That's it.
it's a way to make friends. You gotta touch butts without touching butts.
It's musical chairs, but I always win.
Oh my lord.
Toss a coin to your potato!
The paladin sits back and motions to the half-orc. We figured out more on this bounty. If you,
Jack.
would you mind coming over? We have some info you'd might like to hear.
She gets up from her seat, walks over the table, crosses her arms. So,
this whole bounty is about a smuggler's ring. We're gonna have to be smart about this while we try to... In short, we are to find where it's located, make a map about it, destroy the ring, and bring proof to the guards about our victory. If we do, 1,000 GP.
200 each.
Don't forget that Aurora's going to give her half too.
If Aurora If Aurora gives her share to you, you'd be in for 400.
So 400 for me. We have to find information on God knows where or who we're looking for. And we
Exactly.
have to kill and bring back proof?
We have to destroy whatever smuggler's ring has been created and bring back proof that we did so, which would consist of the map of the smuggler's area, as well as probably the literal head of operations. I would personally like to capture them, however. Maybe take them in alive.
Can any of you make a map? Do any of you have paper?
I mean, he turns to Aurora with her heavy fucking tome.
Just because she has a book or a scroll does not mean she can map out a place.
She is the scholar type. We shall see.
I'm a teacher for your information.
Exactly. So I'm sure she'll be able to have information on it.
Well, good for you to be a teacher. But I will say this. I am in, but if things go south, I will be the first to run away.
What class are you again?
I'm not
Are
surprised.
you
That's-
speaking out of game?
Yes, I'm speaking out of
I
game.
am a cleric. A half-goblin cleric.
For a second, I forgot you were half goblin, and I thought you were actually half orc.
Yeah, it's two different sides of a coin in a fight, really.
Because the orc would be like, no matter what, we shall fight to the
I
end.
mean, you
Goblin's
assume
like,
you assume she looks like an orc because that's kind of what they look like, and it's hard to distinguish a half goblin from half orc if it's not stated.
but in your case, it's like one arrow lands 5 feet away from you. Get bomb out.
I mean, we can see how that goes.
Well, he does make an offer. You can hide behind my shield if it really comes down to it.
She just simply takes the shield off her back. Sure.
You
In
are
a very
getting my part
sarcastic
of the
remark.
bounty, so what's there to complain?
I'd rather be alive and not be dead if things go south.
No,
Is that fair?
I shall. At this point, while they're all discussing, Absolus is going to sit there in a sort of a reserved silence.
Since tensions keep getting high, I look at the whole party and why not we just get going?
I mean, I'm on board till things go south, so you have me.
I get up and head to the door.
I do as well.
I get up and follow suit.
I'm gonna follow a good 5-10 feet behind them.
I grab my tome and put it on my backpack.
This is good.
Go
We
to
are-
whoever the fuck is the bartender.
As you walk up to the proprietress, the lovely faced wood elven woman who's been eyeballing your table this entire time, you walk up to her.
Can I have a cup of water, please?
Fucking nurse in his water.
She pulls out this tankard, similar to the way the other ones are, but you do notice that this one is much cleaner. And she puts her hand above it, snaps her fingers, and water appears out of thin air, filling the cup. She passes it to you, without breaking eye contact from you.
start to notice that there's a party ahead of us, and it
I
looks
grab
like
it and with a content smile that it's actually clean water I drink it.
It tastes like strawberries, and it's kind of strange. It's a very slight hint of this strawberry or berry flavor mixed in. The water is pure and crisp, and actually kind of cold. You see a small smile creak across the edge of her lip for a moment, and then she looks away from you. And she puts her hand out for the tankard back when you're done.
Takes the fucking tankard.
Alright, I'll now go follow the slutty bard.
After handing back the tankard, I hope.
Yes.
You do feel like a slight, almost as if somebody just touched you on your buttocks as you walked away. But the moment you felt it and snapped your eyes back, there was nothing there. The proprietress had already moved to the other side of the room, cleaning up where the supposed half-orc was sitting.
Oh no.
I no
swear,
longer have a smile on my face.
Mage hand.
Mage hand. Ooh.
Good spell.
Well, I'll ignore it for now.
For now.
I need to move behind the potato.
As you all walk out into the street, heading in what you saw the original direction of the previous group taking off, which was towards the south, you do see another adventuring party. They're kind of surrounding this woman that was once in the tavern just a moment ago. She's standing there barking orders at all of them, and they all look a bit frazzled and slightly agitated. This woman keeps slamming this cane on the wooden deck, making a large huffle and buffle. Not quite sure what she's screaming about. It's one of those weird, like, whisper yells. But her face, as you see, she turns to the side occasionally to stare at the half-orc standing next to her. As she turns to him, her nose is snarled up, her brow is furrowed, and her mouth is almost stuck in like a permanent grimace. And she's sitting there and she slams her cane a few more times and then pointing at each of them. You see as they kind of like occasionally put their hands up and kind of take a step back, and she marches up and gets in the face of some of them.
Looks like they fucked up badly.
agreed.
Yeah, I swear, if this is just like the mother argument where the freaking, how dare you do that?
I'm going to keep walking down and ignore.
Agreed. I'm gonna not like even acknowledge them.
Absolus also just refuses to acknowledge them.
Wow.
So as he's walking by, he's actually gonna make a perception check to see what's going on.
Way to go,
Hang
you
on.
fucked up.
Hang on. I have to send you a DM. Give me just one moment.
Oh no.
Abby is... Abyss, you're sudden. Right? Yeah.
Right.
Alright.
I literally hear goddamn fuck all.
That's the only part of the conversation that you think you pick up? You're not quite certain because the whispering style of her voice, but that's kind of what your brain kind of tries to put the pieces together. She has like a bit of a thick accent from a different land. You're not quite sure what exactly she's saying, but that's what it sounds like she said.
thick accents.
3 C's.
I have an idea of what is being said, but I do not linger to speak about it as I move on.
You all pass by that adventuring party. You do notice that on the side to your, on the west side of town, there's a smaller tavern. It doesn't quite look like an inn. It just seems to be just a base tavern. On the other side, you see a few houses and a little storage house out and back. As you approach, though, you do notice that to the south there is a river going through the center of town, and there are guards posted all over it. You can actually see down the way there's what appears to be a blockade of guards that are just standing there. They seem to be blocking any passage, and nobody seems to be even approaching this bridge or trying to cross it.
Well, Absolute looks over the guards, wanting to see if they're blocking any passage or not, or are just protecting.
You notice that there's two guards on the side of this bridge. Both of them are actually standing upright. They're not leaning against the walls or anything. They're standing completely upright with shields in arm and blades on their shoulder. They start to look at you as you start to get closer, and they both kind of squeeze in just a little bit. Not truly blocking your path, but making their presence much more known.
Sydney steps up in front of them. Can we pass?
No. Sorry.
Why not?
You had to go back. We're not allowing anyone to the south side of town. That's... Unless you have official business with the lord of the town. We can't let anyone pass. Not until this whole smuggler's ring is dealt with. Last thing we need is for one of them to get in there and harm one of our noble family members.
Sydney hands the parchment note to the guard.
You want me to wipe my ass with that?
I want you to read it.
I have 10 of them in my fucking pack. Doesn't mean much to me. Any smuggler can get their hands on one of these and bring it right back to us.
Sydney turns around and looks at the rest of the party.
We should be able to find some more information in this ring and take it out. At this point, Absolute is realizing there was a road back, decides to make a perception check to see if there's anything strange. And I hope I do not get another one of those bullshits.
Sydney turns around and looks. Oh, never mind.
You take a step back to see if there's anything strange, and you come face to face with this very lithe and short half-orc. And getting a good look at their face and their eyes kind of throws you off for a moment. Not used to seeing anybody like this. Don't really see anything
Can I roll
else.
a perception check as well?
If you'd like to.
I have a brief description of the character if you would like a bit of a better description.
Do it.
Absolute is somewhat comforted by the knowledge that he's not the only somewhat strange being in this area. Why are there two potatoes?
Oh no.
They're
I see 2 potatoes now.
They're multiplying.
She is 5'2" with green skin and pointed ears, large underbite fangs that push up from her bottom lip, a shield on her back, and armor that is strangely more muddied and dampened in color, but the armor is well worn. Her hair is dirty, along with her amber eyes shining past most of the dirt and grime that covers her form. And opposed to that, you do see on her back there is a large two-handed warhammer that she is also carrying.
Interesting. Literally everything to.
How do I roll? Perception.
So what you want to do is you want to go to your character sheet,
Yep.
and you see on the percent. Oh, does it not click on it? Okay, so instead of doing that, go to the dice roller, or you can type in the text chat. But you can roll the d20 or go to advanced dice roller, and then you just add your modifier to what the advanced dice roller says. You roll a 1 d20 plus and hit roll.
I'm wondering how we actually managed to make another Absolus.
Well, you didn't manage to make him. He just somehow separated from his original form.
Somehow my body just frickin' created another one of myself out of nowhere, and he's already dead. Look at that. Look how they massacred my. Look how they massacred my boy.
That's an 18.
Oh, an 18. Okay.
Look how they massacred my
Dead potato. Now we just need a poisoned potato.
God damn it.
Alright, so that 1d20 was for what now?
That was a perception, and it's 18 because I have a +2.
You do know that you can just click on your perception though, right?
I'm not able to.
Did you turn edit off on your sheet? Bam.
Ow.
Clickable now.
All right. Well, it's
Yeah.
18.
18. You look around, you see that there's this group of adventurers to the north of you still being bickered at by this angry woman with this very strange haircut where her bangs are parted to one side of her face and the rest is shaved up kind of in the back, cut very short, and it's rather spiky. You do notice that there's an inn that they're standing in front of, a few houses off to the side. You do notice that the two guards in front of you are very well armored. Almost in what would appear to be half plate, but very well made. You keep looking around. You do notice that there is one guard talking to somebody off in the corner, but you don't see much about that. You can't make out anything beyond just the fact that there are two people over there, and one of them happens to be a guard with his back towards you. Beyond that, you can actually see inside of the tavern windows, there's a barkeep kind of keeping watch, leaning up against a post, and some others that are rushing around behind them in what appears to be a large kitchen.
That random person talking to a guard seems interesting. For all we know, it could be some freaking bribery situation.
It could. I'm gonna head over there.
I'm gonna continue talking to the guards. I'm actually going.
Alright.
My abilities.
I'm going to take a break for Rue. Take your ass right back there. I'm going to stop you right there, and I'm going to switch over to the bard that just said they're engaging the guards.
I can barely understand you, man.
The bard that is talking to the guards.
Yep, no worries.
Yeah. So I'm going to use my signet ring for one of my abilities. I gotta click it. Hang on.
You pull out your signet ring and hold it above your head. It floats in the air, and some text box appears below you. You use signet ring. It falls and hits you right in the nose. This is not an MMO. You do have a position of privilege, but you still have to convince these guards that you deserve a position of privilege.
That you're like, oh yes, the noble would definitely allow me to be here.
You gotta use your vocals, man, and stop smoking all that weed, coughing up and shit.
Listen, that's the Rona. Just kidding.
Who's Desdemona, and what does she have to do with you having throat issues?
The Rona. Yes. So, back to talking to the guard and getting place here. Let me read this one more time.
As you step back up to them, they both crowd the front of the road again. You see them not with like a tired look, but a bit more of a stern saying, and I'm quite certain that I just told you that you're not allowed to pass this road. And unless you're here to offer me more shit wiping paper, suggest you just turn around and walk away.
I stand right in between them, explain to them my position about noble birth. I have been here for a very long time. I know many people in higher places. I am just trying to pass.
You know, I hear that pretty often. You got proof. I'm just supposed to take you on your looks. You think I'm that much of an amateur? I don't mind taking you for your looks, but not this day.
I take out my signet ring and show them that on the ring is part of noble birth.
You see, he takes his shielded hand and wraps it underneath your arm, lifting it up and kind of grasping you with his gauntlet, almost squeezing your hand against the metal bar that he normally grips onto. He presses it up to his face, kind of twisting your hand around uncomfortably to catch the light. And your signet ring does actually show true, and you must be a noble then, huh? Fine.
I am.
You can go alone.
I stop for a second.
Like, alone?
I turn around and say, this is my party. We need to cross. This is very important.
I'm not sure what's important. The only thing over there is just the noble's house.
I suggest you just head there for now, and you should be able to come back later with some information.
Okay.
That might be best.
So then I will go alone. Guard.
Alright, just make sure you tell the captain why we sent you through. And as for you, blue person, fuck off.
Ooh.
He kind of lifts his sword and points it almost into Aurora's face, coming dangerously close to scarring your very, very porcelain face.
So you're just gonna take that?
I don't think she could do anything about it at the moment unless she...
I mean, she's
I
a
put my
teacher.
hand on my chest and with a very dramatic gasp,
Impressive. She says as she turns and walks, just turns and walks away from the guards. Just
with a very don't give a fuck voice I go so threatened. And then walk back.
Yeah. You know, that blue dress might look nice on her, but something about her just smells off. She must be a northerner, if you know what I mean. The other guard's like, I'll bet she is.
so. I'm gonna just mutter under my breath for a quick second, and probably right here, I'm gonna cast thaumaturgy and just make it sound like the most awkward fart. For whatever reason, just the most awkward fart after I hear the end of that conversation.
Are you doing it on me?
No. Away from you. So right about
Gallic,
here.
what did I tell you about eating at that Wood Elf's Tavern? Didn't you know that you're not supposed to eat there? They put those beans inside that food and makes you almost shit your armor. He's like, well, I didn't eat there. I think. It was a pretty long night, though. And they just go about their business.
I had my fun. Thaumaturgy's a fun spell.
Cutting back over here, Rue, however you want to say it, Ray, Roxon.
It's just, yeah, Ray. Or Rai, but
Rai.
I.
Alright, I'm gonna go by your last name. Casa del Fuego. You're up. You start walking around the side of this building.
I'm gonna kind of listen into their conversation.
They both hear you and just turn towards you, literally stepping over and stare at you as you approach.
I walk forward and start speaking. Friends, I took a wrong turn. You know where the big tavern is? You know, where I can get a drink.
You see the guy that was talking to the guard just like, yeah? You see, what you want to do is you want to take one step back and pull your own head out your ass, turn around and walk back north. I mean,
Well,
it's
now
a big
that's-
tavern. I'm not sure how you can miss it.
You see, I'm partially blind. Yes, partially blind. I'm gonna roll a charisma check, dude.
Roll a deception check.
All right. $11 plus, or does it add it on?
It's already added. You
Alright,
rolled a
so it's
9
11.
plus 2 for an 11.
And a Loven.
The guy, he kind of like stares at you for a moment. He's like, alright, you blind, weird person. What are you? Half elf? Ugh. What you're going to do is you're going to turn around. You're going to walk straight. You're going to get to the big dirt road. There's a lot of dirt on that road. You're going to turn left. And you're going to walk until you hear some guards talking. And then you're going to take another left.
Do you have a problem with half elves?
I have a problem with blind spies that try and walk up on us.
It's just you seemed offended when you noticed I was a half elf.
I'm trying to have a chat with my boyfriend here, and you're walking up like you own the place.
Oh, your boyfriend! Congratulations!
You see the
I
guard
kinda just walked
kind
to
of
him.
blushes a little bit and reaches over and puts his arm all the way around and kind of pulls this hunter guy in. Kind of gives him
Are
like a
you
little peck on
pulling
the
me
cheek.
back? Or are you pulling me back?
Well, back.
By the collar of my, like, armor.
So with a
Congratulations.
very dramatic accent.
I, cough and,
I'll go. Oh, what did I tell you about going around without me, you silly goose? As I grab his shoulder and try to pull him back.
I am a girl, by the way. Forgot to mention that. But, okay. I'm
Won't.
just gonna stumble back and be like, okay, well, I'll leave you two to it. Sorry for the interruption. I'm just gonna walk
Women
up to
these
him.
days, they have no
Listlessly,
respect for
like,
relationships
bro.
or happiness. What kind of terrible people just barge in on us like that? Come on, dear. I caught us a full-on turkey. We're eating well tonight.
They just walk away.
They walk hand in hand away.
Aw.
Y'all done fuck something up with each other.
I
you guys.
kinda just smack his head and go, what are you thinking?
I guess I wasn't thinking. I thought they were doing something illegal back there, but no. No, they weren't. They weren't doing anything illegal. They were just having a private chat and I ruined it for them. I'm sorry. She kind of like slumps down.
I'm sorry.
Alright. Cutting back down to the bar that is now trying to talk their way through a guard captain. You walk out to see this man wearing full plated armor. Very gilded and well designed. You can actually see that there's like repair marks and some not dents but like gashes that look like they've just been like hammered back into place. It looks very worn, but at the same time it's still shiny and sheens with a glow. Behind him you do see these large polearm carrying like poleaxe wielding guards behind him, and behind them you see a few guards that actually have crossbows with arrows knocked, just waiting. As you approach the guard captain, he approaches you, but taking a step forward, gives you a slight nod, and holds his hand out. Official business documents. Hand them over.
I hand over the documents that was given to me by the guard back in the town. Here you go.
This is a pamphlet.
This is.
You're supposed to tell him, they sent you through because you have the ring. The one ring.
The one ring to rule them all.
You have a scroll of pedigree.
I take the ring and show him my
Scroll of polymorph.
my noble birth.
He holds out his hand, and instinctually you pull out your scroll of pedigree and show him your signet ring, both dictating that you are not only a noble of this land, but you're actually well known throughout Ravenholm, especially your family. They are very well respected, and the guard reads your scroll of pedigree, looks upon you, checks your signet ring, rolls your scroll of pedigree back up, and hands it back to you. Gives you a slight nod. Alright, Mrs. Burningsong, head on through. You see as he steps aside for a moment, and the guard actually takes a step back. They give you a pathway through.
Thank you very much.
As you head through, you do notice that the guard in the back kind of like steps up next to you. Not in an opposing way or anything, but he guides you through, leading you over... the fuck? In there. He leads you to the door, opening it obviously to show you the royalty. He steps in. For just a brief moment in the doorway, he notices that there's a woman and a young child sitting inside. It's like, this is the young lady Burningsong from Ravenholm, madam.
Hello.
Hello, Lady Burningsong. My name is Lady Quentin. And my husband is the lord of this land. I am currently the one in charge. Might I help you with anything? Or is this just a friendly visit?
No, actually, I do have a question. As I step more closer, since it's more polite. So, I heard that there's some kind of bounty. What's going on with this?
Roll a charisma check for me. Just click on the actual charisma button. Not the charisma save, the charisma itself, the button.
Give me a second. Let me load it up.
Holy shit.
Ha!
Nat 20!
That's
Damn, nice.
Eat a dick!
The one you don't have.
Yeah. See? Now you're happy you have a fucking party.
You very politely and almost reading her body language and everything, the way your voice comes out, you actually see a visible, like, this woman who was once sitting, chest up, back straight, very regal looking, immediately slumped down, her face drooping with this, like, overwhelming stress and sadness. The child next to her just kind of, like, slumps back down as if they were holding on airs because they're expecting a noble to visit, but the way your voice just coerces inside of their ears, they kind of let their guard down completely. You see the young girl walks over, and as she does, the mother clasps her close, holding her beneath both of her arms, her scepter wrapped around her. I'm rather certain that you've seen... If you know anything, oh, town guard, it's just... The smuggling ring is more than just a smuggling ring. They've been kidnapping people. We don't know why, but they've taken my husband, and they've taken quite a lot of the residents of our town. A few adventurers parties that we've sent after them have just disappeared. They have not returned in nearly a month. I've been doing my best to rule in my husband's stead, but I feel that people are starting to suspect the worst. I don't know what to do. I'm offering pretty much all of our coffers just to bring them back, because any proof that the smuggling ring is destroyed means that it's proof that not only are we safe, but that my husband can return. He's down there somewhere. His name is Lord Quinton. He was visiting with 2 other nobles, and we don't know what happened, but all of their guards were slain, and they are missing. Their bodies were not found. We need somebody to go and get them. I shouldn't be disclosing this, but we're both of Ravenholm. We're both of the same heart. I don't know what else to do anymore. I can't even offer any more money. We have no more to offer. This will bankrupt our family entirely. I don't know where they're situated, or so we've already sent the guard. Janine's uncle, he's one of the guards in town, one of our best. He normally guards the square, but I can't send guards out anymore. The ones that I do send out don't come back, and there's not many that are still willing to go outside of the city gates and leave this town unprotected. I don't know what else I can offer you in terms of information, as we just simply don't know.
Okay. I'm gonna put my hand on her shoulder and look her in the eye. One of my personality traits I just linked. So I'll put my hand on her shoulder and I tell her, we will do our best. We'll find as much information and try to bring him back home. It's okay.
Just give me a moment. I'll be right back. You see as she steps up the staircase, and I don't have a dark spot, so I'm just going to move her outside. Just pretend she disappeared. Yeah. You wait for like a good minute and a half, and then suddenly she starts coming back down the stairs, almost in a rush, walking back over to you. She walks up to you and she hands you this well-written piece of paper. It's folded up, and there's this wax seal on it that looks freshly made with an insignia ring pressed inside of it. And she hands this letter to you. She's like, give this to the town captain. He will help you in any way that he can. You have my blessing. Just please hurry. I don't know how much longer they're going to keep my husband alive, much less any of the others we sent after them.
Thank you. I will do my best. As I turn around and start to walk away.
She gives you a very formal bow as you begin to step away. You see the young lady next to her give you the very similar bow by grabbing the sides of their dresses and doing a proper curtsy. As you slither out of the room, just walking backwards, staring at them in the eye the entire time.
I'm gonna sit on top of that barrel.
So now I'm going to go back across the bridge and start walking towards the town captain.
It's that guy right there.
Well, I can't get past the freaking guards. Excuse me, guards. Get the hell out of them. turn and face the captain, and I hand him the note seal that I just received from the lady.
He takes it, and without even opening it, he just looks at the sigil and then stuffs it inside of his armor. Look, most of the information that we've gathered so far is just that it was east of here. The attacks have all been east. We don't know where in the east, but it's just in the east. It's probably a few hours out of town where our first caravan was hit, and that's the most I can offer you. We haven't had a chance to really look into it because anyone that we have sent have not reported back at all. If you do go out that way, be careful and bring friends. Hopefully some that you trust.
I extend my hand, thanking the captain.
He looks
If I
at
do
your
find-
dainty and very frail hand, and as gently as can be, kind of just like touches with nothing but the thumb and the middle finger. And even that, like, kind of crushes your hand a little bit. And he kind of just gives you a very gentle shake and then releases you.
So you broke my arm. Thanks.
You broke my arm. Thank you very much.
So I let him. I am informed. If I do find any of guards out in the wild, I will do my best to bring them home.
It's more than I could ask of any other adventurers. Thank you, Lady Burning Song. And good luck.
Thank you.
You take off in an almost dead sprint across the bridge. The other guards immediately snap up as they hear you coming and then just watch you run by. What the fuck rolled up her ass? Don't know. Probably me next, though. They click shields together.
Oh my god.
I
Okay.
look at her with cross arms and go. Well, what did you learn?
Likely something important by the way she was sprinting across the field.
Mind you, as she was sprinting, it was quite the view for literally anybody that was within eyeshot. There's no support, and there was lots of bouncing.
I was Naruto running. Get that straight.
Oh my god. You know what? No. I'm docking you for that one.
Oh no!
That was funny. Okay, so sorry. I turn and face the party, and I begin to explain that everything was that the person missing was the town's. I forgot the hell he was, king or whatever the hell he was.
Lord.
Lord, thank you. I don't know what the hell he was. The town's lord has been missing. That's what this is all. That we need to go make sure he's alive and bring him back. It's 1,000 gold. Yeah. Let's just...
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
way the wind, goes around your arms, that makes it so you go faster. You know.
When I sprint, I Naruto run.
It's a big noise.
I just noticed that. That's good. I like it. Keep it safe.
Every time that you do any kind of sprint or you use your action to utilize movement, like a double action, or when you have haste and you make a long movement, anytime that you run to a location, you will Naruto run.
So I grab
Well,
the tome and start writing what Sydney says.
You'll notice as Aurora buffs out this large tome and begins jotting down all of the notes, explaining the current situation as Sydney does her best to, does a very good job considering how socially adequate they are with their normal charisma. They explain that, yes, the Lord of the Land was actually kidnapped along with 2 other ladies that were from a neighboring town. That they were meeting up to discuss trade, and they were heading back to this town when they were raided. All of the guards that have been sent out, along with groups of adventurers, have all been kidnapped or killed, though most of the bodies have not been discovered. What you do know from the guard captain is that it's roughly 2.5 hours to the east is where they were first raided. And most of the raids have all occurred on the eastern side of town.
Well, I say we start where they were first raided.
I agree. Let's do this, chumps.
Lead the way.
I shall make sure to be ever vigilant. Though, all of you better be on your toes.
I put back the tome.
Who's our party's de facto leader?
I am unsure.
I don't think a bard should be a leader.
Hopefully not the bard.
I think we all agree on that.
Give me just a moment. As you
Sorry.
guys discuss among yourselves what you would like to do, I have to go use the bathroom real quick.
Same actually.
I don't know, but which one of you guys wants to do? Or should
I
we
don't
just
think-
have it? Should we just do it more situational than any?
I think that's better, just situational leadership.
Yeah.
Because then that way, you know, no one gets blamed at fault, or just makes it easier on all of us.
Mm-hmm. Alright, yeah, let's do that.
Hey, or
Alright. I'm currently looking at my spells again to make sure to see what we can use in our favor.
Alrighty. I have returned. Sorry, I went to go use the bathroom.
oh, okay. So we figured out that no one's really the leader here. It's more of a situational basis. Go from there. Because apparently Aurora doesn't. You know, I agree that the bard should not. So,
You know who really shouldn't be in charge?
ooh.
Me.
Yeah.
You're all gonna die. Considering that I forgot that I didn't preset this map up, because I thought I did, but I did it on the wrong thing. You just give me 1 second while I do
Yeah,
this.
take time.
Do.
I'm checking something again just to see what I can go for. Okay, here we go. Well, this is unfortunate.
Hmm.
Okay.
What's unfortunate?
Okay, so I have a strategy where if we're ever about to like go into an important area, I can cast Sanctuary on a few of us. I only have 3 spell slots. There are 5 of us.
Isn't Sanctuary a concentration?
Mm-hmm.
You'd only be able to cast it on one person at a time.
Yeah. Which is even worse. Fuck.
Well, whoever has the most health and is the most armored, I guess.
It's not the bard.
I mean, Sanctuary is something that you would cast on like a mage that's about to just
Ah.
get wrecked. Rickety wrecked.
AKA nurse.
Oh my lord. Someone's species is about to get destroyed.
Okay, so can I go back to the bookshop?
I mean, yeah, there's nothing stopping you. Fucking
Yeet.
just yeet your mortal coil into the nether.
I'm gonna load up on essentials and head into the smaller tavern.
Potatoes, potatoes, and more potatoes.
Exactly.
I'm gonna walk up to the person who's like in front of the kitchen and ask them if I can get some potato
Provision. Some provision.
provisions. Yeah.
I know. Dude. I'm actually going to go back across the bridge and talk to the guard captain.
Okay.
Just trying to think of how I'm going to say this.
What up, biatch?
What up, my dude? Okay, all right. I know how I'm going to say this. Okay, yeah, I got it. I have to roll her, so I'm curious.
It depends on what you want to do.
Yeah, let me check this out. Let me look at my stuff. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Okay. All right. So I approach the guard captain. Excuse me, Captain. I have a question for you.
Yes, Lady Burningsong. What is it?
Just by the off chance, do you have any extra supplies or provisions that you can give us on the journey?
I'm afraid not, my lady. Send most of our extra supplies out with, most of our guards that we sent out on patrol. They took most of our range patrol. And we can't exactly purchase any more from anyone. Not sure if the lady told you, but pretty much all of our coffers are going to the reward, and if we don't pay up, well, adventurers tend to get very easily agitated. We can't handle an uprising if they try and fight against us.
Okay. Well, thank you anyway.
Sorry, madam. You can check the local shops. I'm sure they might have something that you can purchase.
Okay. I'm going to yeet myself back across the bridge. Thank you, Captain.
You Naruto run away from them, and they all stare at your butt as it is now visible to everyone as you pass by.
And that is 10 gold per stare. So pay up.
Okay, what are you, fucking Nami?
Alright. So, Ray, you walk inside. You walk up to this rather burly-looking tavern keeper. He kind of stares at you for a moment, cocks an eyebrow, and he's like, "You want travel rations? Aye?
Yes.
It's
I
a gold
say.
apiece. We have about 10 on stand right now. That's about as much as we can offer. It's a trail mix with some jerkies."
Can I talk you down to 5 silver apiece?
Can I talk you up to 1 gold and 5 silver apiece?
Okay, 1 gold's fine.
There you go. Now you understand business. You pay what I ask, or you don't get it. He turns around and roll a perception check. I gotta roll something back here.
Also, I also just looked at it, and apparently Sanctuary is not a concentration spell. It just lasts for a minute. That's the only downside.
Yeah. Sanctuary is one of those things where it can protect you for up to a minute, but once something hits you, even with this advantage, if it hits you, of course, it saves on its wisdom saving throw. I don't remember which one it is for Sanctuary, but either one, once they get hit, the Sanctuary breaks.
If the warded creature makes an attack or casts a spell that affects an enemy creature. So it lasts for 10 turns unless they decide to literally attack anything.
Yeah. So, Ray,
3. I got a nat 1.
I saw that. You see as this burly man turns around, he bends over and starts reaching behind the counter. At first, like, your suspicion kind of gets the better of you, and you try and take a look, but instead of actually getting a look, you slip on what appears to be just wet vomit on the ground right there.
Why
Or,
is there vomit?
after taking a closer look, it's not vomit. It's actually just the spitting that the bartender was doing, as he seems to have been chewing, like, dip or something. And there's just nasty, like, phlegm and other nasty crap that you just slid right on. And instead of actually getting a good look, you bury your nose in this guy's butt. Now his pants were already kind of sagging, and he was very sweaty. And your face literally slid down his lower back into his butt crack, and your nose went straight down, catching all of that gloriousness right in the nostrils.
Oh, that's disgusting.
You fall to your knees, and you have to literally pry your face out of this rancid, disgusting, pimply, hairy ass. And the scent is unbearable, and you now cannot get it out of your nose. You will have disadvantage on any perception checks that involve smell for the next hour or two.
Oh.
I start just like crawling towards the door. I crawl outside. Just the look of absolute horror on my face.
Yeah, I'm gonna
What?
move back here just in case.
What did you do, Ray?
I just like wide-eyed, just like shuddering.
What's this
Ray,
I
one?
don't
what
wanna
did
fucking know. I stand up. And just like head back to the other tavern. I take a seat at the table and just like keep staring blankly.
You're just traumatized.
Why did I have to roll a fucking natural one?
I think Nurse is still trying to buy.
Oh yeah, they just DM'd me for it.
Okay.
You all see as Ray just... You can actually see there's like little curly hairs attached to her face, along with like a small bloody spear along the side. And along the nose, there's literally this brown stain that just goes straight up like... You ever see like people that use like sunscreen on their nose?
Oh.
It's like somebody just did a single mark of just brown sludge right up the
Oh my.
nose.
I absolutely just
I
watched
think
out.
Ray's
Ray,
just gonna kill
Ray,
himself.
what did you get on your face?
I'm officially now not the dirtiest one here.
Yes.
As you were walking out, the actual like innkeeper kind of like looks over at you and is like, "Oh, you already paid me, and you guess they'll be back for that eventually." Has no recollection or idea what just happened, but you did lose 10 gold for 10 rations that you did not pick up.
Are you gonna go pick them up, or are you just too traumatized at the moment?
I'm gonna head back. I'm actually gonna ask the other innkeeper if they have a rag or anything or any place I can get water to wash myself.
The moment that you get close, she like immediately takes like 2 steps back, looks at you and just like utter horror, and snaps her fingers, and suddenly your face is just cleaned. You no longer have
Thank her
disadvantage.
profusely.
You can thank me with coin. That's how this works.
I give her two like finger guns as I slowly back towards the door.
She snaps again, and it's back.
Okay.
Absolus comes.
I guess
Absolus
I gotta
comes
pay.
in, considering the fact that we're freaking.
I am very, very low on gold and silver and copper. I have like 2 copper, I think.
Would you mind
I don't
explaining
even
the
know how much
situation
money
to
I
me?
have.
Would you mind explaining the situation to me, Ray?
Let's just say I slipped on some spit that the innkeeper had on the ground. And I landed face first into his ass.
Not into the ass, into the lower back, and their face slid all the way down the butt crack
Yeah.
to the actual
Yes.
like hole, and they're covered in it.
Which just makes it worse.
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, why is she asking
I
you
like
to
put 2 copper down. I'm like, okay, I think that's all of my coin.
And she slides the copper coins back to you for a moment. And she looks at you. Tell you what. I'll do you a favor and make sure that your face doesn't smell like the bottom of a troll's dick. In exchange, you'll owe me one small favor. Deal?
What is this favor?
I cannot tell you yet.
That just makes it sound even more suspicious.
That's very suspicious, miss.
It's your choice if you want to be known as Ass Nose for the rest of your days here. I'm sure that word will spread. Nicknames.
Alright,
Puts her hands on her hips and she's like, okay, fine. But not now, I have a job to do.
Alright, Absolus actually,
She snaps her fingers as you start walking away. And again, your face is cleaned.
Alright, for Ray.
I head back down. Hey guys, I'm back!
Ray's face looks cleaner than before. Like, they woke
I
up a
look
little
at
dirty.
everyone in confusion.
Y'all notice that the blue-dressed woman, she returns, just staring at all of you as some of you are still holding your nose in disgust from just the foul scent that was coming from Ray a moment ago.
What happened?
Incident, I say towards her.
I'll just ignore it.
Yes, best you do.
So are you going to grab the rations?
Yes,
Technically,
that's-
you wouldn't know about the rations as you walked over to go get a book,
Yeah.
and Ray walked inside of a building while y'all are
True.
just standing outside.
I head back in
Okay,
and
ignore that.
just look away and I like grab the rations.
He's like holding them at like waist height inside of this like small crate. He's just like, so you actually came back to get your stuff, huh? And he gives you a really slow and very intense wink with one eye, like overselling it so hard. You see as he smiles, he's missing a few of his teeth, and the rest of that he does have are missing pieces.
I'd cough and like just grab the box and just slowly walk out.
Sorry.
Go ahead and add an extra 10 rations.
To my
Right then. It's at this moment that you notice that as you guys all return back to this little meeting ground in front of this tavern, you notice that the woman that was standing there is no longer there. And the adventuring party is kind of gathered and huddled very close together, and they're all whispering rather quietly.
Interesting.
roll on a perception.
Can I hear anything?
Give me 2 people that are willing to roll a perception. You can do it individually,
Self.
or one of you can grant advantage to the other.
Not the guy who fell and got his face shoved in.
I think it's about time for someone
It's a
else
smell
to make a
perception
roll.
that I have disadvantage on.
Yeah.
Perception, you see, is... I got a +2 in that. I can work with that.
I got a +2 as well.
I got a +3.
I got a
Alright.
+4.
Let's,
Let me see.
whoever's got the +4, we'll let you roll with advantage, I think.
What is it? Perception?
Yep.
hmm
I have a +3.
Boom! I think that worked.
I think that worked.
Who's the other person that's rolling?
I'll roll.
I
Or
think,
oh no,
Me or Nurse. Me or Nurse will.
Nurse, you have a +3.
Yeah, me and Nurse have +3. Ooh.
So go ahead and give me a roll too, Tim.
Okay, let me open it back up then. Mine's gonna be so fucking low now. Watch.
Natural 1. Come
There we
on.
go.
Come on. Give me another one. Give me another wave. Yes.
That
I knew it.
That doesn't count because the DN only needed. So
Alright, so. Sydney. You attempt to saunter up to get a little bit closer to hear this. At the same time that a living potato and an aqua mage both walk over as well. You're all kind of like trying to be casual as you pass by, perking your ears up. You can kind of have that cartoon ear grow for the two of them. But Sydney, as you kind of step closer, you misjudge where the like footing is. You slip and you just fall flat on your side, landing sprawled out all over the place. Your dress actually flopping over your head. Everyone seeing your nethers that's standing behind you, which is both Rue and Abby.
I quickly look away.
Which Abby?
As for the other two, I will be sending you a little message.
Ooh, okay.
Just gonna look, shrug. Not thoroughly impressed. If it's me. If it's the other Abby, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's you, Abby, because he's been calling me absent this entire time.
Okay.
Abigail.
Just gonna keep staring.
Now, Sydney is stuck there for quite a moment, and as she tries to get up, she's just struggling to get her footing. Her knee is sore, and she's just... It's rough.
I sigh and walk over. I extend my hand to help her out.
That's that. Potato.
Potato.
Tomato.
Dorito potato.
That's what you both hear. Now, as Ray actually helps Sydney get back to her feet, she straightens her dress back out and holds her hand out, demanding 10 gold from anyone who is watching.
I look at the paladin and quietly whisper, "You heard the same thing, right?"
To be even safer,
I'll push you down again if you make that comment.
Alright, let me quickly bring up the actual thing on my sheet. Where did
There's just gonna be a stare and there's gonna be a shake of the head.
No,
You're
I'm gonna use my mind link with Aurora, just saying to her telepathically, "I believe so. Something about a noble."
You see as the entire group they all cower into the alleyway and then disappear, running down. They seem to just keep running, almost at full sprint as they just leave.
Did they head west or east?
They head west.
They went west.
Yeah, west.
Those ones are up to no good.
They went north. None of you actually hear this conversation between Aurora and the living potato.
I look at Sydney and yell, "Hey, are you done falling?"
I laugh at her joke.
Why are you tripping?
bitch.
There's no response from Sydney as she just
Nope.
lets
Stare.
out a loud fart that she's been holding up right in Rue's mouth.
That's what it gets.
I'm kidding. Tim, you gotta roleplay your own character, bro.
I am.
Roleplay harder.
How hard do you want?
Harder than you would bang what's her face, the kickboxer that got kicked in the face a bunch of times.
Ronda Rousey?
Mm-hmm. At least 3 times harder.
You have to say you have to get a little bit more aroused than that.
Yeah.
So, you've all discussed what information you have. Aurora's taken notes. Two of you have overheard a specific conversation, but have yet to actually tell the rest of the party, aside from the fact that those guys were up to no good. Sydney, you've fallen down. Your knee kind of hurts. It's not bleeding, but it does sting. And you're all just standing in the middle of the road in silence. Except for Rue, who's carrying a crate. Ray, who still has a crate in their arms, full of food.
I'm gonna have to carry this the entire way.
I mean, you gonna put it in your backpack, or...
I'm
thought
just gonna, yeah,
I thought he did that
put it
earlier.
on my back.
Well, you put all the
I'll take
food...
my shield and put it on my right arm, and my sword will go into my left.
You draw your weapons in the middle of town, and... nobody's within eyeshot. You do see that the 2 guards on the bridge actually get into a little bit more of a readied stance, kind of raising their shields up, almost in a defensive position, holding their weapons a little bit lower.
I'm keeping my weapons low though. I'm not raising them above me or anything like that.
Okay, so Sydney stares at the group. Should we get moving?
We really should get moving. That depends on the others.
I look at the paladin and go, well, you tell the party, while I take notes as I grab my diary and look back.
I'm looking towards Absolus.
Staring at the paladin.
Is he AFK? He muted himself.
They might be AFK.
Just beating his meat over there.
Spanking it over the upskirt bar. Just can't help but show off what they got. Y'all mind not
I'm
doing the
trying to
typewriter?
not say her name cause the text-to-speech is gonna have a fucking stroke. Apseles.
That's close enough. FC Elise.
Absolus. Just...
Oh, so you want to play Steelies? Oh, sweet. I've got my bag of food right here. Nice.
We should all just wander
I'm
off.
about to smack you.
What, me? Nah.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Welcome
Yeah, I
back.
said-
Hi,
yeah,
we're
I said
waiting
I would-
for you to tell us what you heard.
Aurora asked if you wouldn't mind regaling the party with what you just heard from that group there, while she takes some notes.
Alright.
Take
Yeah,
some
so I've-
boats.
Alice turns to the group and just informs them. The group over there was talking about something about a noble, saying they could believe something happened and that they were going to get hung if they figured it out.
I feel like we should follow them.
Yeah, Sydney
My
turns to the
thought-
group and mentions that the lady who I spoke to earlier said that her husband, the noble, was taken.
I believe we have some talking to do with this party, and he starts to head in that direction, motioning for everyone else to follow.
That's where the money is.
I
That's where
agree
we're
and
going.
follow.
Zoomie!
I need to reset these guys up here. You come around the corner There you see this group of adventurers that was just there a moment ago. They're all standing around. There's a large tree between you and them, but you can't see them around the tree.
The paladin is very cautious, knowing the dangers of surprise. And he readies his shield up.
I ready my shield as well.
My flute is out.
You have a lute.
Same thing.
Nope. One's a wind instrument, one's a string instrument.
Still an instrument.
It's like saying a dick and a vagina are the same thing.
Okay, so I'll stay a bit behind.
Yeah, I think 2 potato and half orc goblin should probably get up here with us. Since the bard shouldn't be the first one
Ah,
in front of everything.
You know, the ones that can actually take a hit.
Yeah, not the bard with the lowest amount of health, might I add.
What do you have, like 10?
I have no idea. Hang on. My sheet up.
What was it, 21?
I have 20.
22.
I have 22.
Oh,
you too tie. Ooh.
22
I
HP
have
with like
23.
13 AC.
That's hilarious. I have 24.
Do I have the most health?
I have 30.
Okay, I have the
The
second
barbarian
most
should
health
have the
then,
most health.
26.
You guys should get your asses up here.
And the paladin is busy digging something out of the back of their armor that seems to have slipped somewhere between the crevices in their lower butt plate.
He has a shield and a sword. What the fuck?
Not sure how, but like some dirt got back there and they're trying to like wiggle it out from between their butt cheeks before they get a move on. So hoofing it all the way around everyone.
Wait, why are you both back there?
What are you talking about?
I didn't move. Wee. Oh, there we go. See, I didn't move the map. That's why.
As you all start to come around this corner, you see that there's indeed a group over there, and what you can tell, there's somebody laying down. You can't quite see much else beyond that. It's still pretty far away, sitting at like, I don't know, 30 feet from where the front runner is.
Yeah.
30 to 35 feet. It's a little bit uphill as well. You can tell that there's somebody laying down, but you can't see much else beyond that. And who is typing a novel?
Let me do this.
Sorry. I know that my typing is loud, but... Anywho.
When your thumbs are the size of fucking toes, you can only type so quietly.
Big hands.
The only thing I can think of is those little thumb guys from Spy Kids.
Okay, so can I see what they were doing?
Roll perception. You'll see as Aurora slides between all of you with inhuman grace at first. And then
Oh, natural
immediately, Rue turns at the wrong time and claps into Aurora's shoulder, and she just lets out a screech of pain as it just hits her right in the boob, squishing it very, very painfully. You see as Rue, who was trying to pay attention, turned and just busted this woman in the breast, actually is relatively distracted as well at the very strangely anime squeak that came from this woman.
I apologize profusely and try and help her up.
Immediately, the entire group gathers around, grabs whatever's on the ground, and they begin running.
After them! I
Yeah.
shout.
We pursue.
All right. Well,
Hang on a minute. How far did that group run before able to take immediate action?
Because of the natural one that was rolled, I'm giving them one round, but they're at a slowed pace because they're trying to carry something.
Hmm.
So at this
Okay,
point,
wait.
I would like
so
everyone to roll initiative.
All right.
Ba- 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 ba-
Can Abdulus see the party, like the people that are running?
I mean, you could earlier before they started running.
13
As
for
long
my
as I can see them.
16. Nice.
Oh, Shiza.
Oh, actually, it's 12 because I have a -1 index.
Shiza.
I shouldn't be running.
No, not sure.
How do
Oh,
I roll
look.
that shit again?
How'd you get nat 1?
Oh, don't look at me. I don't know.
You just click on initiative.
It says.
Alright, so Rue.
12.
You attempted to use a roll command looking for the value of a selected token, but no tokens are selected.
Oh, click on your actual token. Like your person on the map. Click on them so that they have the blue box around them. And then click initiative. And it'll automatically give you an initiative.
You can also type in
That's 13.
whatever you can also type in /R space D whatever dice you got to roll, and then add whatever modifier you have on. Plus
Doing the
minus
natural
whatever.
rolls is fine, but if you actually click on initiative, it actually automatically puts you on the turn order, so I don't have to manually give you all individual rolls. It's Abigail, you rolled a d20 and you got a 5. So that's your total, right? 5. Then Sydney rolled a 1.
Oh, a 1.
What's your dex modifier or whatever? It should say on your initiative. It should have a plus number on it.
+3.
Yeah, let me look at mine.
So roll a d20.
Dexterity's +4.
I'll just look
So you
at your
got-
sheet myself.
Oh, okay.
Alright. There's a big icon that has initiative underneath it on your character sheet. It says +3.
Oh, +3, yeah.
Yeah, your dexterity modifier is a +2.
Okay.
So that's actually a 4, not a 1.
Still terrible.
Just means you're going last.
Yeah.
Most likely. Alright. Who else already rolled? So they have
Oh no.
Potate.
Potato. I rolled a 7.
7.
7.
Alright, so
Savon.
that's Abigail, Rue, Sydney. Still waiting on Aurora. Do you need help?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. Just click on initiative. Their character selected. Bam. See that? You're already popped up. Then 11.3. The only reason I want you guys to roll initiative with the auto roller is because it adds a dex modifier to give you a difference. So if two of you roll the same thing, it'll automatically give you a tiebreaker.
Pick someone to be higher.
It'll automatically give you the tiebreaker so you don't have to try and pick.
Interesting. All right.
Alright, so I need to bring up a few character token pages. Have these set to the side. That's one.
The only one who is The only one who is. Oh wait, no, never mind. I am dumb.
shit. Never mind. Where is it?
Well, shit.
I opened the wrong fucking monster cart. Ah. There you go. Oh, cool. Did that auto GM to me, or was that... Did any of you see anything pop up just now?
I didn't see nothing.
Nope.
Cool. That was...
Yeah.
That gave me a spook.
A boop.
A spook. Alrighty then. Need to go ahead and roll initiative. I'll roll a single initiative because I'm a lazy
We are
ass.
already rolled initiative, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that you all did, but I'm rolling one for like the actual enemy party.
Ah.
Fuck it. I'll just do it regularly. 20. Ha!
Shit.
So
Well, it was nice knowing you guys.
it just means that they get to go first. It doesn't actually do much else beyond that. And
Is it a group?
yeah, I'll do it as a group. I don't feel like rolling for six people. Alright, so need to put these
Especially
by
when it's the first
descending.
encounter of the campaign.
Alright, so spotting all of you guys. First off, while you're in turns, you have to wait for your turn before you can do something, obviously.
Fair enough.
Movement, obviously, know your movements, whether you can move 30 feet or whatever.
Right.
I know that
Unless
some of you are going to try and move a little bit further because you're not accustomed to it. There is a ruler that you have.
Doesn't every square count as 5 feet, anyways?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But you have a ruler that can tell how far a distance is from your current location.
But it does not account for complicated or obscured terrain, right?
Yeah. If it's rough terrain, I'll give you a heads up beforehand.
All right, will do. Just wanted to be sure.
Yep. So as you all begin to try and give chase, you notice that these people are dragging away these bodies, only to stop as they reach the main road, and they look panicked. And as this is all happening, you see 3 of them turn. Fuck you, roll 20 in your shitty HUD. 3 of them turn and begin facing. I just need to move him. I'll move him back in a second. There. The other 2 move up. And they're all kind of getting inside of like a defensive formation right here. And you see one of the dwarfs begin trying to drag this woman off to the side. At this point, Rua, you can actually see that they're dragging this green-dressed noble that has these heavy bolt marks, like these heavy bolts that are just shot into her chest. And one that seems to be shot in kind of like in the back of her neck.
Why is that?
And he's trying to drag her body away. So these guys are just going to wait, and they're not non-aggressive. They do have their weapons drawn and they're prepared for a fight, but they're not going to move or attack on their first turn. They're just holding a position to try and block an escape, or block enough time, or get enough time to escape. Yeah. Sir, that ends their turn. Ray, it's your go.
Okay.
Aurora, you're on deck.
I'm going to raise my shield and put my sword over it before asking, like, what they're doing. And why they're dragging off a dead corpse.
You see as one of the guys in front, he's carrying like this slightly crooked staff. It looks like it's made out of wood. His other hand, he has like this little symbol. He's like, "It's not what you think. We didn't do anything. This wasn't us."
So then why are you carrying the body? Why not leave it and just leave?
They'll kill us anyway.
they'll kill you anyway.
I
Do I
cannot-
recognize them as the people from the tavern?
No, they're not the people from the tavern. They're not the same
Okay.
models.
Do you recognize these people for being in front of the tavern where you got the worst,
Experience of my life. All right.
where
These
you
people-
experienced motorboating somebody's butt cheeks?
Pretty-
These are the people that were getting yelled at earlier.
By the same person that's dead.
Yes.
Yes.
It seems to me that you killed them because they did some shouting at you.
I swear to you, it wasn't us. It's actually with that full conversation, it probably will take your full action to do so.
All right. Well, I guess it's not my turn then anymore.
Whose turn is it?
Aurora.
And I did not hear any of that explanation. That was very fun.
It depends on how much an earshot
Wow.
they're actually screaming that.
Well, they're not yelling very
No,
loud.
I meant like actually the freaking call cut out right when you were explaining what happened. Which is nice.
Yeah, so, I mean, you really didn't hear anything.
Yeah.
Aurora, your turn. Abyssus, you're on deck.
So I'll just do this.
Beat the wizard, beat the slut, eat the robot shiny butt.
What?
What?
And that's my turn.
So you just ran 30 feet?
Yes.
Yes,
Wait.
yeah.
That's just your movement action. You still have your regular action and a bonus action.
You could take a dash action to move back closer to us with an additional 30 feet.
How do
I
draw
could do
line?
the dash action right.
Yes, as
Right.
your action. Tim, if you go to the little menu on the map on the left side, there's a little circle with a rectangle in the top corner. If you click on that, it'll give you a ruler that you can use, and it'll tell distance. Just make sure
What does
you
dash do again?
dash allows you spend an action, or you spend your actual action to give yourself another movement action. So if you move 30 feet, which is your maximum movement speed, and then you take a dash action, you can run another 30 feet. But it takes away your primary action, so you wouldn't be able to cast spells or do anything that's not a bonus action.
No problem. I'll do it.
So you run up to the back of this guard. He has his back faced towards you. He's kind of holding a pole axe in his arm. And that's your action and movement action. If you have a bonus action like a spell or something, you can use that. Otherwise, it's going to be the end of your turn.
Not I'll end my turn.
Alright.
Abyssus, it's your turn. Abigail, you're on deck.
Alright. So. Stop it, wait. I move forward 15 feet. With my shield raised. And this was the one that was, Alright. This one, the goblin over here was, or goblin, but I hate Discord sometimes. This one right here is the one trying to drag away the body. I'm going to use command, and my voice reverberating in his mind. I just yell, "Explain!"
Okay, go ahead and link your spell card for me, please.
Scheiße, where is this?
Go to your spells tab and it should be there.
Yeah, here it is. All right. for some reason, I didn't add it, even though I've bound myself. But this is the one I'm using. Let me add all the spells I can use.
Alright, so I have.
But for now, I'm using command, and they just need to make a wisdom save.
Wisdom save!
What's your DC?
DC of 13.
Damn, better DC than mine.
Roll D20 plus. That's the.
And it's the one dragging the body.
Just a 1d20.
It succeeded, yes.
And your command was explain?
Pretty much having them explain to me, what are you doing?
It's a one-word command.
Yeah.
So
So,
just.
explain.
Well, the theory of relativity goes. I'm dragging the body because they'll kill us otherwise.
Alright. Using my bonus action of Mind Link, I link up to the person and allow them to speak back telepathically, saying, how did you come across the body, or did you have some action resulting in its death?
You hear inside your mind. Actually,
You could just whisper it to me.
yep.
I gotta be right back really quickly.
Alright.
That's all you hear. And that also brings your turn to an end.
This is fine because I now have more information.
Abigail. It's your turn. Sydney, you're on deck.
Are the trees considered rough terrain if I try to move?
No, these trees are trees. Unless you move to the very center. There, let me show you. These squares
If,
here.
if you try to climb a tree, that's rough terrain.
4, 5, 6. Okay, we have 6 there. And I am going to use the light crossbow, I believe.
What? That is what his character would do, though.
Light crossbow. Because I didn't hear any of the conversation. I don't know. And I'm going to try to pin the first one in the party. Just
Go ahead and.
let me just pull up the light crossbow specs real quick. I apologize.
You should be able to just click on the light crossbow on your character page.
Yeah, it's only given me. Okay, let me see. Ranged weapon. Dex. Okay, so it's D20 plus 5. Okay, give me a second here. Or. And here we go.
Oh, here. You turn the edit off, it allows you to click stuff easier.
I got a 9 to try and pin the first guy I see with a bolt.
You fire your bolt, but from the slight angle, your bolt just flies over them. It just barely misses over the top of their hat. You see them kind of duck down as the bolt just flies over. They have a very panicked look in their eyes. You have a bonus action you would like to do?
I'd say drop the bag and stay put.
And that brings your turn to an end.
Mm-hmm.
Sydney, it's your turn. Next up will be the NPCs.
Okay. I'm going to move. Let's see. Gonna move her. God damn it! This one.
If you click on your ruler and go to snap to center, it'll make it a lot easier for you.
I figured it out. We're good. Took a minute. Okay. So out of character. Bear with me as I try to figure. So I have this. Post it. Maybe Josh, you can help me explain it more. 'Cause I still don't understand it. This right here.
Bardic Inspiration. So as a bonus action, you can sing a song, recite a poem, or just speak some words of encouragement to an ally.
Mm-hmm.
And for 10 minutes, they will be able to add a d6 to any attack roll, saving throw, or attack rolls and saving throws. You can also essentially insult an enemy or do something to distract them, and you'll take a d6 off of an attack roll, off the damage, or off their saving throw.
Okay. So
But
if
they
I
have
wanna
to be
use
within
it-
60 feet of you and can hear you.
Yeah. So if I want to use it on a party member,
Yeah, just pick someone.
yeah, I'm going to pick him.
Which one's him?
Next to potato.
Ray?
Yeah.
Me?
That's a girl.
I'm gonna use it on. Yeah, I'm gonna use it on Ray.
Okay.
So, go ahead and give your words of encouragement, your poem, or your song.
Okay. Ray, listen. Protect us and make sure we don't die. Okay.
You can count on me.
Do
As
you
I strike
feel
my shield with my sword.
inspired?
Back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
We go ahead and add a Bardic Inspiration by clicking your little Inspiration tab. You can add a d6 to any attack roll, saving throw, or one ability check.
I can do what?
You can add a d6 to any ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Okay. I'm going to.
It's not your turn.
Oh, it isn't. Right.
No.
So just give yourself a Bardic Inspiration. And Sydney, you still have an
Yeah.
action, as that's your bonus action.
That's my bonus action. My action. I'm trying to read this one. I'm going to use Vicious Mockery on... Wait, yeah. On this guy right here. The first... what the hell is he?
Dwarven guy
Yeah, the
there.
Dwarven... Yeah, whatever he is.
Right, so he has to roll a saving throw. That's 1d20. He rolled an 18. Beats out your
Great.
12.
Awesome.
Yeah. Go ahead and throw out what insult. Actually, allow me. You try and insult a dwarf by saying, "You're short."
You're
He
a
just kinda-
short-bearded piece of shit.
You just kind of like shrugs. Eh. And that's your movement action, your bonus action, and your action, so that brings your turn to an end. That comes up to the NPCs. After the arrow and the attempt at vicious mockery, there is no longer a chance for peace with these guys. The bearded dwarf is going to run straight up towards Ray and attempt to make a single axe swing.
You can do it! I believe in you!
Yeah, I'm just going to swing with this. It's an 18 to hit for 1 damage.
My AC is 19.
He
Oh,
runs
God.
up and just like slams his axe down. You lift your shield just in time, and it just you hear
I
this
block it with my shield.
as it just grinds against the edge of your shield, actually shoving you back a little bit, but you don't take any damage. Following that up, this guy right here is going to shoot at the paladin who has their shield up with a crossbow. It's a 19 to hit for 1 damage. Did I?
Paladin. Hello, Paladin.
Oh, Shiza. I just realized my mic was up. Yeah, The bullet barely grazes my arm as I raise my shield to bounce it away.
It's your AC.
It is 18 with the shield.
They hit with a 19.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So as the bolt goes through, you try and get your shield in the way of it, trying to block
yeah,
it as
that's
you
what
see
I'm
it
saying.
coming.
That's why.
But it
That's why I
grazes
said it
off
barely
and just
grazed me.
kind of like cuts a little bit of the top of the shoulder, breaking through a little bit of the armor. It leaves a pretty nasty gash. It's bleeding a little bit, but it's not too bad.
It's definitely something I can heal up later.
Yeah, and the reason why they're only doing 1 damage isn't because they're rolling bad. It's because the actual sheets removed the number.
Oh, for the damage types?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
supposed
for
to
a-
like put in.
For an axe, I believe it's 1d8, and for a crossbow, I know it's 1d8.
Yeah, but it was my mistake because I didn't double check it, so it's my fault. You see that one I have done. Freaking thing. Alright, so that's him. It's at this point that this guy up front, he raises his hand. And as he does, you actually do notice that there's some form of magic appearing. Need to go ahead and pop this out right quick. I need to double check to make sure that this thing's actually going to roll damage. I don't want another incident. Yeah. You see as he holds his hand up, pointing towards the paladin that just got grazed by the arrow. From his hand, you start to see this, like, orangish light begin to grow into, like, this little ball, and then it catches fire and fires off at you. So he casts
Nice.
firebolt at you.
Does not hit.
It just blasts against your shield, dealing no damage, but you do feel the impact of the heat. Immediately, he kind of panics at this because he wasn't expecting you to be able to block his magic. And he begins
Call that a
to
fireball.
step back behind the front line.
on the battlefield.
It's at this point that you see this guy rush up. And he comes to your side over here, facing you. At the same time, this other orc comes in, facing you as well. They both try and get their flank on you, but they can't quite get behind you. And the orc, or the half-orc, should say, is going to go ahead and make an attack against you. It's an 18 to hit.
It blocked. Barely.
Your AC is 18, right?
Right, defender wins.
Well, I always go for meet it to beat it.
Scheiße.
He lifts his axe up, and you do manage to catch it with the shield, but just the sheer impact actually causes your shield to hit into you. And you take this just immense force, and you take 3 damage from it.
3 damage. That is some immense force.
But then, as you take that damage, you look to the side, and as you get hit, you do see this person next to you with a dagger. And he comes at you with it. It's a
And is blocked.
7 to hit with 5 damage. Oh yeah, I don't have him with the extra stuff, so yeah, you're good.
So yeah.
Normally,
I
a rogue would actually have advantage because they're right next to someone else and they get the special property, but no. Nah, we're just going to leave it at that because I didn't put it in, so it doesn't exist. And I don't want to kill you all in the first event. Oh no, why would I want to do that? So soon? And
Alright, so now, if everyone on that team has had their turn,
not all of them. There is still one more.
Bum bum bum.
The final guy, who is dragging this body. You start to see him. He pops open this like jug that he pulls out from his body, and he begins just dumping it all over this woman, this deceased woman, just pouring this liquid all over her. He
I don't
burns
like
his
when-
entire turn just covering,
I don't
drenching
like
this
where
woman.
this is going.
And that will be their turn. Ray,
I'm assuming it is some sort of acid.
I am going to attack the person. Am I able to attack the person to my right, diagonally?
yeah. As long as they're within your 5 feet, you should be able to attack anybody.
Okay, I'm gonna attack him then.
The half orc?
Yep.
Okay.
I just roll I roll a d20.
You can actually click on your weapon that you're going to use. They're all preset to work.
$17.
A 17 to hit.
Yep.
Let's see. That's him. Yeah, 17 hits. For 10 damage.
Woohoo!
Yep.
Good job.
You see you lash out and you catch him just in the top of the shoulder, and it just carves straight through his very cheap leather armor. And you see immediately this blood begins to pool and seep out of the wound as he kind of like starts breathing heavily. You can see his face is twisted into a grimace. It's not very comfortable for him.
Okay, I'm going to end my turn then.
Alright, that brings up Aurora.
So,
So,
Right, I didn't
can I
cast
move
that
past the
last
guard?
what?
She asked if she could move past the guard.
I mean, technically, yeah. They
But
should,
don't forget, if you move out of his range, you take a attack of opportunity.
you can swing around him. There's enough space for 2 people to fit in this alleyway.
Ooh, she's flanking.
Ooh, so good.
I can't see them yet, right?
No. You do still have... Let's see, that's 10. Actually, it's 10. You still have another 5 feet of movement, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm.
Yeah, at this point, you can only see the guy that's trying to drench the body.
Yeah, who just poured that liquid on?
Yeah.
Wow.
You can actually see as he like finishes pouring a jug and he tosses it to the side.
I'm using this spell.
Ooh.
Alright, that's a range of 90, 1 action, and a 5-foot sphere. On this point. So 5-foot sphere. So everything, yeah, just him, really. Roll 1d20. What's their thingy?
Would we have to?
No, it's only 5 feet. So that's 20 plus 1.
It's only 5 feet, yet it says it's 90.
Each creature in a 5-foot radial sphere centered on the point must make a dexterity saving throw. It's a range of 90. It's a 5-foot sphere.
Ah.
So at 90 feet away, they can make a 5-foot localized blizzard. And they take 7 cold damage. As you cast a spell, this arcane power wells up inside of you. This frozen power forming between your hands. You clap it together, and suddenly, where the small dwarf man is standing instantly just gets blasted in this cold storm that appears out of nowhere. Immediately, you see his body start to grow icicles as it turns purple.
Also, quick question. You mentioned now that a liquid was poured onto the body.
Yep.
Does that mean it's now been frozen over?
You can't tell from where you're standing.
Yes, this will be something I have to check out.
Is there anything else you'd
And
like to
that's
do on
my
your turn?
turn.
Alright. Abysseus. It's your turn.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I started eating a cracker because I thought his turn would continue.
Abigail, you're on deck.
Gotcha. Know what I'm gonna do.
Not die, hopefully.
Well, what I'm gonna do is first move around them.
You take an attack of opportunity as you step out of the combat range of the rogue, and as you do, a dagger comes up from behind you. That doesn't hit.
And I move on, my armor having blocked the hit from the dagger's blade. I've decided to move forward.
And you're going to
And-
take another swing from... Yeah, that's a 20
Ooh.
for 3 slashing damage.
Oof.
You see there's the orc. Seeing you turn around, he spins around and comes up with the axe, and it clips you like right in the lower leg. And there's not much armor there, and it kind of digs in, and there's a pretty decent gash on the side of your leg now. Not terrible, but it is stinging and making it a little bit harder for you to move. But you're still doing fine. You're trucking through it.
Currently, I give no care to all the damage that I could be taking. And at this point, unsheath my rapier. Or actually, yeah, I'm unsheathing my rapier.
You,
I'll be right back.
unsheath your pointy stick.
Unsheath my pointy blade. And decide. And where the frick is it? I swear I need to get really freaking used to this, but whatever. Here it is. Okay, so I decide to attack, or not attack, but frickin' use another one of my spells. This time using Shield of Faith with a piece of parchment I always carry amongst my bag.
Go ahead and link the spell description.
It uses up a piece of, or it does not use up. It requires a piece of parchment with holy text, being my mantra to Noxina. And a shimmering field will appear and surround a creature of your choice within range, counting as me, granting a +2 bonus to AC for the duration. Takes up 1 bonus action.
Here you go, Kharn. I have the spell too, so I can.
It's
pop it in
popped up. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I need to put that in.
Should
Yeah,
make
just-
a character
Yeah, when you
choice.
drag and drop from the compendium, that's what Kharn had me
Yeah.
do earlier on. Makes it
Yeah.
anything
I
in
was-
red you kind of have to custom put in. Anything that's gray you can just click on and it'll say, "Oh hey, yeah, look, fuck, we got this for you."
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and do that right now and just put in all my paladin spells.
So you cast Shield of Faith on who?
On myself, I now have a 20 to AC. As long as I have my shield up. And it counted as my bonus action. And I make sure to go for the one that's dragging away the body, or attempting to, because, yeah, no tampering with that, please.
Please don't you leave your dirty tampons on the ground. Nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that at all. Why can I not? Ah, scheiße. There we go.
I don't know why my mind thought dirty cooch mufflers was funny.
Alright. Lord.
Y'all are gonna make this so hard for me to edit later.
Oh shit, I forgot we were streaming this.
Yeah. No.
Oh,
Okay.
God.
Okay, for some reason I cannot attack with my rapier.
Did you turn edit off on your page?
I save changes, and I believe I've turned off edit.
There it goes. You have to click the little pencil next to the character spells and gear. There's a little pencil there. You got to make sure that's not glowing. If it's grayed out, you can click on stuff. If it's not grayed out, it's just gonna try and
Gotcha.
yeah.
Ah,
I'm gonna assume that you actually moved into melee range.
correct. And I have enough movement speed for that. But I did not manage to hit him with that 8.
You swing your rapier forward after taking the hit in the leg. It kind of like stings at the wrong moment, and you thrust. You see the guy as he like throws the bottle to the side. Your rapier just stabs into the like actual barrel of the bottle and kind of catches it, and it's stuck. And you have to like shake it loose for a second.
Wait, was this the bottle that he was trying to pour on the body, or is this a different one?
Same bottle.
Yes!
This is all happening within that same 6-second sphere. So
You got
the
it.
moment that he tossed it to the side, you just speared it.
Alright then. I believe you forgot this! Alright, now it is,
That should end your turn. That was your action and bonus action, unless you want to try and step away or something.
Nope, I will stay right there.
Okay, so
Sydney,
am
you're on
going-
deck.
Yep.
I'm going to cast, as in my action, I am going to cast the sleep spell on this fucker, this fucker, and this fucker. And sleep spell is as follows. Did it pop up?
You will roll-
Yeah,
I think you
first
rolled
level submit.
3d8. Alright,
Oh.
I'm gonna try to
Oh,
add
this-
my,
There it goes.
I'm
Alright,
trying to
and
add my spells.
3D. What is it?
It
Why did
already
it roll
rolled
5
it.
dice? Why did it roll 5 dice?
Sleep
dang
The
it.
spell.
spell is
I'm trying
roll
to-
5d8s.
Yeah, it's 5d8.
Okay.
That's the total amount of hit points that the creature of this spell
Okay.
can affect.
All right.
Please.
So, any one of those 3 guys, starting from, I want to say starting from the potato. Subtract the amount of HP required that it. So, whatever his HP is, subtract that amount from what I gave
Okay,
you,
so
and
rolled
if
5d8.
So
and
1,
you-
2,
you
and
start
then
at the
3?
lowest current hit. All right, how many hit points does each of those guys have? Is it
well,
lower
that's
than
that's
I know.
That's for Kharn.
I know this. Like I got this. You can't actually ask me how many hit points they have, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
that's
I'm
the
not
order that
asking-
you're. That's the
I was
order
about
that
to
you're.
ask it. I was
No,
about to
other
ask
way
if
around.
it's lower
Flip that
than
L
20.
the other way around. Flip that L the other way around.
Like that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm about to ask if it's lower than 23. Otherwise, I need to start.
So the guy in front of
The potato.
Potato falls asleep. Boop. And then the mage, boop, falls asleep. This guy seems unaffected by it.
All right, and next to him and right in between the potato, I am going to throw out as a bonus action, mind you. Gotta pull the character sheet up. Come on, why did it close it? God damn it, game. I'm gonna throw out one good old spiritual weapon. I need to roll.
It's a 23
so-
to hit with 4 force damage. And who are you swinging at?
Yeah, that's a total of 4 force damage.
But who are
Yeah.
you swinging at?
The one guy who seemed unaffected by the sleep spell.
This guy.
And then if you could put a marker right here, the spiritual weapon will remain there for the next 6 turns.
I get you. Give me a second. Me.
I love
Pull
it when
up
I'm
something.
unable to add spells to my own freaking thing.
Yeah, it kind of happens. boots.
I'll fix it up later.
So I've booped and booped.
Let's see what would be kind of cool to put in there for it. We'll put a dire rat. That's your spiritual weapon.
Okay, yeah, I'll take it.
Spiritual rat. Rat. Should be controlled by Abigail. Not.
And as my movement, I'm gonna just move right over here.
There you go. Your spiritual weapon is a giant dire rat.
It's a giant dire rat, sure. But it looks like a giant dire rat to the enemies, but to me, it is a graceful warhammer made of pure gold.
Yeah, we'll get you a icon for that eventually. Probably. That's
Sometimes.
your action, your bonus action, and your movement. So that ends your turn.
Yes, it is.
That brings up Sydney with the NPCs next.
Yep. Okay. I'm going to. I don't know. Do my spells affect our party members?
There is friendly fire, yes. So if you cast a fireball next to allies, they will have to try and survive it too.
Please no.
Well, it's not fireball, but I don't. It says each creature.
That's everything
If-
within the range.
Yeah, it's so
Shit.
as long as the spell does not state like that you can choose friendly target by itself, you'd have to have something called, I think, selective channeling in
It's
order to
a
pick which creatures to
sorcerer
hit and
power,
not to
if
hit.
I'm not mistaken.
Now, when it says 15-foot cube, what does that mean?
It
So
means
anywhere from the
if you-
center of where you cast it, it goes out in a cube shape instead of a circle or a cone from you.
But it's also 15 feet. So everything within 15 feet of that would be affected.
I can't use that one because 2 of our party fucking members are in the middle of this shit. Okay, scratch that one. Okay, all right. I'm gonna give this a shot. Hopefully this works. I'm going to move. What was it? Shit. Measure this. This guy's asleep, right?
Yep.
Both of them are.
This guy and this guy, but this guy is not, right?
The one to the left of the rat.
This
Is
one
not
is the only
asleep.
one awake, yeah.
Okay. So that means I'm going to. Yep. So I'm going to move here, and then I'm going to do hideous laughter.
Tasha's hideous laughter.
Yep.
Alright, so you gotta say a really bad joke.
A really bad joke.
Yes. And
Alright.
also there should be a saving throw attached to that.
Bad joke.
You know what your saving throw was? I didn't, because it sucked.
No. Whoa, what the hell? Why did my thing just change?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm checking your thing real quick.
Oh, okay. All right, my bad. I didn't know why it was changing. Bad joke.
It's a saving throw.
Your mom's like a mole rat, short and fat.
Ooh.
It's a wisdom saving throw versus charisma. Yeah. There we go. Not that I need it anymore, because I already know that your save DC is a 12, and it's a wisdom saving throw. So, you're using that against the only one that's still standing?
Yeah.
It's an archer. They have a +0 to wisdom. Yeah, they rolled a 3. You immediately see as this guy just busts out laughing and like falls to the ground laughing uncontrollably and hysterically. And it's like a loud he ate the beans.
I was like, did he fart?
Yes.
Okay. And
He's
do I get
a
bonus
rootin'
roll?
tootin' laugher. And no. You have
I have
one
a bonus.
bonus action.
Yeah. Josh, how do I get back? Oh, okay. On bonus action. Can I use this? I don't know. Wait, what's it? Is there a distance on it?
Yeah, you can only use that while the party is actually taking a short rest.
Okay, so a break. Gotcha.
Yeah. And they have to expend, or if they're expending hit points, or if they're taking a short rest and you sing the Song of Rest, it'll actually rejuvenate them by 2 HP.
Okay.
But it doesn't work in combat or anything.
Yep, then I end my turn.
That brings us back to the NPCs. This guy, laughing his ass off. The end of each turn, or if it takes damage, target make it with wisdom saving throw. In sleep. Sleep, I need to get sleep. Ah, yes. So, due to the fact that there is somebody cackling and farting, and laughing at the fact that they're farting, which is making them cackle even louder, both of these two people wake up.
Ah!
As the loud noise and laughter from the dwarf actually wakes them from their slumber.
Oh wait, they will fall unconscious until the sleeper takes damage, or someone uses an action to shake or slap the sleeper awake. Laughter would not wake them up.
Are you arguing with the DM?
I am clarifying to the DM.
I will delete your fucking potato right now.
Nurse would not allow it.
I give her a potato companion that follows her around. But please, understand that if I make a calling, I'm making the calling because I'm making the calling.
Its only attack is making people have heart attacks due to too much starch.
Hey, do you know you had to roll a Constitution saving throw because there's a dragon that's about to land on your ass? Oh wait, you're dead.
Everyone
That's what
roll
you
a
get for
Constitution
arguing
saving
with
throw as a thunderclap comes from the sky from an ancient thunder dragon.
I thought you were about to say ancient ass cheeks. I'm like, oh dear God, that's a thunderclap.
A giant pair of ass cheeks appear from the sky and just start twerking, and as they clap, you have to take... They can make 6 claps every turn, 1 each second, because they're good at twerking. It's a DC 28, and it's 10d10 per clap.
Jesus.
No, Jesus can't save you from this.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go over here.
Put your ass back where you were.
I am right here.
Yeah. So, as this is going down, this guy, realizing that it's pretty dangerous to leave the shielder there, is going to step forward and then cut across and flank you with that guy as the orc turns in and catches your other flank, exposing you as you're trying to defend against all 3 of them.
Okay.
They're all going to make attacks against you at advantage.
Oh no.
So that's advantage there and advantage there.
Good thing my thing is 19. Okay.
That's an 18 to hit, which doesn't... The dwarf tries to swing it again, but your shield blocks it. The half-orc swings at you for a 20, dealing 4 damage as he catches you just as the dwarf swings. You blocked with his shield, leaving you open. And you get caught. Now that's Abigail's AC.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out what I've put in there for her AC real quick.
Once you put your armor and shield on, it automatically calculates it.
Yeah, I'm just looking for what my armor was because I'm trying to get it for a picture reference.
I took 4 damage.
You take 4 slashing damage as the half-orc hits you.
Okay.
Then following that up...
Oh.
Wait, before you attack. Question. I do have this, and
You
I
don't
read it
have
like
any more bardic inspiration to spend, as you've spent your one giving them a bardic inspiration to Rue. You only have the one so far, and once you use it,
Okay.
you don't have the ability to use backups.
Perfect. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
The rogue comes up from behind you with a 21, stabbing you in the back and digging deep, piercing between your armor plates for 5 points of damage.
I glare at them, now kind of
Your
looking at my
shoulder's kind of bleeding on your sword arm as it's kind of been cut right across the back of the shoulder blade. And immediately you feel a sharp pain just beneath your kidney, stabbing down in, really getting between the plates. Almost a full dagger's length, stabbing straight down into the butt cheek. It stings. Rue. Ray.
Yep.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Yeah, you pass that with flying colors. The moment that you feel that dagger digging deep inside of you, almost immediately your stomach just turns for a second. You muscle up and your body just resists whatever poison was on that blade. It was a DC 14 poison.
Jesus. Thankfully I resisted it. Do I still take damage from it?
No, not from the poison. You still take the 5 piercing damage though, yeah.
Yeah, I've already marked all my health down. I'm at 17 now.
This dwarf turns towards Abyssius. It's a... Shit, I don't have him there anymore. Whatever. He'll just use this one. It's the same shit. Is it? Yeah, it's this one. This dwarf turns to the paladin and swings at them. I need to turn that off. Yeah. Their axe just slaps against your shield and you just easily deflect it off. You can see he's panicked and his eyes are wide with fear. It's at this point that the Arcanist turns towards the woman's body and casts Firebolt, which doesn't really matter about the hit, but it does deal enough damage to instantly set her on fire. The body of this woman just engulfs into flames, burning brightly in front of all of you. You can snuff out a candle. Not an entire burning body that has oil on it.
Shame.
If you had control flames, you'd actually be able to snuff out the entire fire. Immediately after that, he turns. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Begins running away.
Yeet.
This guy is still laughing his ass off. And as it's the end of his turn, he's going to make another wisdom save to try and stop laughing. 16. He stops laughing. But he is still prone. So he's not laughing anymore. But where's the fucking prone button? Whatever, we'll use that. That's close enough. He is still on the ground. And that brings their turn to an end. Ray, surrounded by enemies, it's now your turn.
Me?
Ray, yes.
Alright.
All right, I'm going to use the bathroom.
Okay. Aurora, you're on deck.
Just looking at my sheet.
I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick too, actually. I'll be right
Okay.
back. I'm back, bitches!
All right, I
My
am
character on
going
the
to-
sheet. My character not rolling above 10 the entire session.
You like that, Josh?
You know that you can put those in off chat, right?
No, that was just for you.
Well, yeah, I did like it, but also put them in off chat because they're funny.
Okay.
Ray, you
I
throw
was
your
attempting to
longsword,
throw.
and you try and swing at the rogue. And the rogue literally catches your blade with the dagger and just parries it off. Seemingly gaining a confidence from stabbing you in the back.
I guess that's my turn.
That brings us up to Aurora with Abyssus on deck.
Well,
Silas. Bring it, nurse. Show us what you've got. Yeah, she's on.
I will walk here.
That girl is on fire. Yes.
And cast Ray of Frost as I say, where are you going?
Go ahead and, yeah. 15 to hit, 5 cold damage. Against the Arcanist with 10 armor class. That hits for 5 damage. And his movement speed is reduced by 10 points, right? Yeah, 10 feet. So he can now only move 20 feet per turn. As you blast him in the back, your arcane energy swirling into this blue beam that almost lights up the entire area that you're in, even in the daylight. Yeah, it slams into his back as the frost crawls over the front of his body. He starts to shiver, but he's still trying to truck his way through. Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
I'll just get closer. And end my turn.
Alright, that brings us up to Absilas
Yes.
with Abigail on deck.
So at this point, you know, he's already freaking pissed that they're doing this. And even though they've said, oh, we didn't do anything, they're still setting the body on fire. Yeah, he's not holding anything back anymore and decides to use a divine smite upon them.
Because you're calling it beforehand, go ahead and mark off one of your spells, and if you roll a natural 20, the damage for your smite will also be double.
Thank you. Alright. So, doing the rapier. Beautiful. And
That is great.
and the divine smite. Spell level 1. And I'm assuming they're not undead or fiend, so a total of 20 damage.
For each person, or
It's
Just-
just that
just-
one.
just,
Just
one
that
guy?
one guy, the one who's not prone.
As you take your rapier, you charge it up, it begins to glow with this, like, almost purple and black fusion of, like, smoke. It illuminates your entire weapon as it kind of, like, ripples off into this strange energy as you stab it into him. And the moment you do, you see as his entire body as these, like, purple cracks appear all over his skin. And as you pull it out, his body just goes still and collapses on the ground. He is dead.
Mega dead. I'm happy with this.
I can't reach him because he's... yeah, there. Dead.
Farewell, he says as he turns towards the last enemy. Or rather, the one prone, but he leaves the spiritual weapon for that as he heads right here. And that is the end of my turn.
Yeah, it brings us up to Abigail with Sydney on deck.
All right. So does the no? I don't think the spiritual weapon gains an advantage for an enemy being prone, does it?
Probably
It would
not.
just
Actually,
being
it technically
as
makes
long
a melee strike against it, doesn't it? I
I
mean,
believe
Okay.
the only thing prone, I'm unsure. I think it just makes it to where they automatically fail dexterity.
I'm
I
gonna
guess
go
I'll
ahead and
leave it up
say
to the
that if you
DMs.
make a melee strike against an enemy that's prone, it's always at advantage. And because the spiritual weapon does technically count as a weapon making a melee attack, I would give it advantage.
Okay, so spiritual weapon. I guess I'll just. So I come on, fucking roll it, you piece it.
Let's
All
see.
right, yeah. 21 to hit, 10 damage. I don't know if I'm gonna get anything better than that, but we can try again.
It's a second level.
Yeah, it's a second level spell, but because it's already out, I don't have to cast it again. And this is just a bonus action to swing it.
Yeah, you actually did cast it the first time at second level too. I just want to double check.
Yep.
Yeah. So you can try and roll again, see if you get doubles, or if you get a critical.
Nah.
Yeah.
Still 10 damage though. So 10 damage on that guy, and I move to where Potato is, flanking this guy. So, because the potato's across from me, do I get a flanking bonus with this guy, or
Yes.
do I just roll at advantage?
You both get advantage when striking this guy because you can draw a line through him.
Does this count with melee, touch-based spells? Melee spell it. Okay, yeah. So it's a melee
Yeah.
spell attack.
Any
Okay.
melee attack would have advantage.
Okay. So I'm gonna cast inflict wounds on this gentleman.
If you go onto your sheet,
Mm-hmm.
near the top, usually it'll have a thing. Let me double check to make sure yours is there. Because there's a button that you can press that'll automatically give you advantage.
Oh, okay, sweet. All right, so I'll just try this again here.
Alright, so yeah, you got it.
All right. Not spiritual weapon. We're going with inflict wounds.
Yeah, 15 hits.
15 hits, and he takes 21 points of necrotic damage.
Yeah. As you reach out, you touch this dwarf, just grabbing him as he immediately turns his back towards you to try and shield between these two warriors. You just simply walk up and with your hands you grasp the back of their head. And as you do so, these golden tendrils appear and kind of claw inside of their body. Like a liquid gold pouring into their body, it just floods them up. You see as this divine fire bursts out of their body. They just, pieces of them begin burning with this golden fire breaking out of them like a bad video game boss about to explode. And as it all hits him, he just falls lifeless. Dead. And that should end your turn, correct? This
Yep.
brings us up to Sidney
Yeah, boy.
with the NPCs on deck again.
I'm going to
Oh, sleep. Oh, yes.
my player sheet. Wait for a second. I'm going to shift here.
The rogue is going to try and stab you as you exit his combat area. The moment you turn your back towards him, he swings at you. You turn advantage off. It's a 12 to hit.
Am I looking at my armor?
Your AC, yeah.
Yep, 13.
You manage to just barely get out of the way as the dagger kind of swings at you. It just barely clips one of the edges of your dress, missing you as you get away. He's still struggling to hit anything.
Yeah. And I'm going to use hideous laughter.
Alright. Roll 1d20. 10. Yeah. And what do you say for him to laugh? What bad joke do you use?
Bad joke. Your dad's a piece of shit.
That's an insult.
Ha ha ha. That's my joke.
I didn't even
What do
hear
you-
half of it. You cut out.
What do you call a squirrel with no tail?
What do you call a squirrel with no tail?
Nutless. It's a bad joke. Get it?
That really that was terrible.
Thank you.
Ugh.
Thank you. Okay. I'm in your
I
party. I'll
hate
be
the
here.
fact that I actually laughed.
You actually.
Not that this guy was actually laughing from the joke, but that from around the corner, Aurora giggles. It's just the fact that somebody else suffered and immediately had like that immediate like, oh fuck. Like that whole body language show. The rogue starts laughing, cackling madly and falling over to the ground.
Yay, I help. I end my turn.
Alright, brings us to the NPCs. This guy uses half of his movement to stand back up. Realizing that he's not going to be doing well, he turns. And it's 5, 10, 15. He shifts over. And at the top of his lungs, he screams, "Guards! Help! These people just killed a noble! They're trying to kill us all!" To which these two guards face him and begin moving closer to investigate. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5,
Perhaps we
10,
should have alerted
15,
the guards.
20, 25, and 30.
You know, I was about to do this, and then freaking they lit the body on fire. Well, considering the fact that there was also someone who just ran out and then blasted with ice.
Wait a minute, we don't know any fire magic, do we?
No, none of us know fire magic.
So
That's what you
we
assume.
can't do shit, basically.
I mean, they have no evidence to prove contrary that we didn't light a body on fire, but hey, you know.
Well, I do have one thing that's on the ground that actually proves that we are correct. All right, so just let me know when it's my turn.
This guard turns to the dwarf, and as he looks around the corner, he sees one of his dead comrades, a burning body, a spiritual weapon hovering over them in the form of this massive gilded golden hammer. The dwarf is completely bloody and beaten, bruises all over his face and chest. The guard sees this and immediately screams out towards all of you around the corner. "Cease your fighting and put your weapons on the ground now!"
Can I take this time to make an action?
That depends. Are you going to all put your weapons down? Or is some of you still planning combat? Because if you're still planning combat, it's going to stay on initiative order.
Can the guard still see me when I'm behind the building?
No, he has no visual on you.
Okay. Okay.
There's a building in the way. He can
Yeah.
see
They can clearly see me.
Aurora is visible, Ray is visible, Abyssus and Abby are all visible, and these two guys over here, along with the spiritual weapon.
Absolus, as he sheathes his weapon, turns to the guard and will use telepathy.
Now, is everybody sheathing their weapons? Now, that's the key point here. If any of you are still in any form of action or combat,
I am fine sheathing my weapon.
How do
I
I,
have-
do that with a
I'll
staff?
sheath my
So-
weapon. I'm not putting them on the ground though.
For you, you just I'm guessing for you, Aurora, you either put the staff on your back or drop it.
So to be fair, the crossbow's already back at my side for the turn that I cast spells. I haven't drawn my warhammer yet, and
So
I'm just sitting here.
the only way you would have to put away a weapon is dispel your spiritual weapon.
But they don't know it's from me, so I could just keep it up till it disappears, if it's gonna last that long.
I'll just stop my staff from glowing.
If they ask you to put it down, just make sure you put it down.
The guard in front of you, Aurora, he raises this massive battle axe. It's gilded with these sharpened fangs at the end, almost like a saw blade, where the
Oh.
blade is supposed to be. He lifts it up. He says, "Drop your weapon now." This dwarf
Chief, you could have said please as I drop it.
drops his crossbow to the ground and immediately collapses on his knees. Aurora, you drop your staff on the ground as well. This orc here is going to take the disengage action, running the fuck away towards the guards. The rogue is still stuck on the floor laughing his ass off, more so now that the guard just popped around the corner. It is the funniest thing he has ever heard, but he's going to try and save from it now. He does not save. He is still laughing his ass off, cackling like mad. This guy, let's see, that's 5, 10. He's going to take 15, 20 steps away. That's with his minus 10 movement. He's going to sacrifice his action. And 5, 10, 15. And he's going to turn around this corner and dive. And hide behind the building.
What a bitch.
So, with that being said, the initiative order has ceased as you've all surrendered, correct? At least disengaged from combat currently.
Correct.
Disengaged, yeah. I've sheathed my weapon. I'm not putting it down, though.
Sheathing it means putting it away, so you're good.
Yeah.
So that being said, the guard walks over, grabbing Aurora by her wrist and pulling her in, essentially dragging her over here. And this guard immediately shouts out as he steps past the dwarf, facing on. This orc, dropping his weapons, stumbles over his own body, turns around and begins sorrowfully, almost crying. Let's see. Oh, 20. Yeah, charisma 0. Let's see how that goes. He effectively is bawling, grasping his buddy, holding him tightly in his arms and crying. The body is still on fire and burning. Your spiritual weapon is still floating here.
I'm gonna just let it float there until it disappears.
Immediately, the guard calls out to all of you. Bring yourselves forward, you and your whole party. Keep your hands where I can see them, and no one will get hurt.
Absolus decides to keep his arms to his side with nothing in them, his shield still on his wrist, however, as he walks forward and restates his previous statement, but out loud. This group is framing us, soldier. They set the body on fire using fire magic after coating the body with a bottle of oil. It's there in the grass with only their prints on it.
As you say this, the dwarf that's heavily wounded from behind the guard immediately speaks up. No, they're the ones lying. They shot this woman with their crossbow. You see, that one there was shooting at them. When we tried to pull her to safety, they shot at us too. Then they started killing us using their magics. They're not with us. Don't believe them, guardsmen. Look at us. They've already killed 2 of my friends, and the other is tormented with twisted magics. I need you to roll a persuasion check.
Alright.
Perhaps I should roll the persuasion check.
It has to
Unless
be
you're
Abysseus,
Yeah.
as
Can
they
I
were
give
the one
him-
that
can
was
I give
actually
him-
talking.
Can I give him
Boom!
advantage on it?
Unfortunately, no, you were not talking during the event. You were standing
enough.
there.
But I already got a 22!
Yes, but you are talking against a rogue. It's 1d20. It's...
That dwarf is a rogue?
Yeah.
Aye. He's short, he's nimble, and he's got a whole lot of sass. We can take the piss out of him real quick.
Not enough, though. Guard looks at everything and looks at the woman that's essentially burning. You see him lift his arm up, holding a pole arm in one hand. He snaps his fingers, and you see as the fire just vanishes. He kind of takes a closer look, reaching down and picking up something that should burn the hell out of his hand, but almost doesn't affect him. He lifts this amulet that's attached to her neck. He kind of rubs it with his thumb, covering the suit off. Then he drops it back on her body. And immediately, he turns and begins putting shackles on the wounded dwarf. And at the same time, the other guard begins to shackle Aurora. This guard then turns, walking over to this half-orc, and immediately drops him to the ground and throws shackles on him. It's at this point that a few other guardsmen begin to make their way over. These guys over here. Oof, they went fast.
Jesus. Yeah.
Jesus, they're fast!
They begin walking through, this one taking the back alley to make sure that nobody's trying to escape out the rear. These two begin coming around here.
Okay, so...
Just
As the
step
guards are-
forward and we'll get this all
As the
sorted out.
guards- As the guards are occupied with those guys, I'm going to take a step, lean up against the wall, and I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
God damn.
And the spiritual weapon's gone at this point. It just...
I mean, it does last for 10 minutes, but now that you cast another concentration, yeah, it disappears.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm keeping track of it.
Is anybody else going to try and
while
do
they
something?
are doing that,
Okay, so, wait, did we talk?
I want to say to the guard shackling me,
Alright, Absolus,
Hang
upon
on.
seeing...
Hang on, yeah.
Aurora, when you're ready.
as I point to the place where that fucker was running away. There's a fire mage in that direction hiding.
He turns towards that area. He steps around. And you immediately see him just bolt. And he comes all the way around the corner. He sees the mage. And without hesitation just takes his axe and beheads him. Instantly.
Scheiße!
This guy
Christ.
is dead. No, that's not the dead cue. What the heck? That one. Yeah. And he immediately sprints back just after. Coming back to your side. He still
I
has
stand
you
still waiting.
in shackles. He holds his axe to the side, and he puts his arm inside yours where your hands are bound behind you. But it's not as forceful as he was a moment ago. This one comes around the back. Alright, all of you to the road. We need to get a count of all of you and get an account of all of you. Why is that one still laughing?
I believe he found the joke incredibly funny and just started doing that.
Sky walks over, stepping around the body, steps towards Ray. This one comes over to you. Absinthe.
I back up a bit, and then I'm like, yeah, I'll walk. I'm not gonna allow you to touch me.
Either you put the cuffs on, or I'll be putting my sword up your ass. He steps towards you again.
Wouldn't you like that, I'd say.
We got a joker. I'm not here for your funny laughs, boy.
Absolute turns to the guard near him and just says, "I will walk with you with no ill intent. I would rather recount my views on my patron goddess herself before bringing my sword against one of your soldiers."
Tell that to your friend before he gets decapitated. We don't play with the law here.
Ray, if you don't want to get harmed, I suggest you follow what they say. It may not be the nicest, but they're well intended.
She'd look kind of angered and would extend her hands, just allowing him to put the cuffs on.
He places the shackles on you. They're not super tight, and he's not being forceful. It's actually... For a guardsman arresting somebody, it's not nearly as terrible as you might have thought. This orc gets drugged and thrown into the side of the road as this one gets thrown next to him. And they march you back to this wall over here as they begin dragging each of you. Still in cuffs, but kind of over into a general area where they're standing between you.
Can I interject?
What are you doing?
I want to approach. Grab the stupid cursor. I want to approach this guard right in front of me. I want to use my position of privilege, and I would like to say, please, before you cuff me, please go grab your guard captain. There's something very important that we need to discuss.
Do you remember his name?
The guard captain?
Don't worry, you'll have a moment with the guard captain. I've already sent word down the chain. He'll be here shortly. But you still need to put the cuffs on, lassie. It's for our safety as well as yours. Don't want to have to accidentally kill you. Especially after you've been singing such fine songs in the tavern lately.
Okay.
He cuffs you and drags you over with the rest of your friends. They're standing between you as you do notice the guard captain and a few others making their way downtown, walking fast. Buildings pass and they're arrested bound. Do. Upon seeing all of you here, almost instantly the guard captain just kind of sighs. As the two guys in the back, you recognize as the two guards that were on the bridge, making jokes. Really bad ones. The guard captain steps over, turns towards you, Sydney. Alright, lassie. 50 words or less. Tell me what the fuck just happened and why there's dead people in my streets. Or at least, near them.
Still shackled, I face the guard. Yeah, we followed this group of people, and it turns out they had a noble they were trying to burn alive. We interjected, and a fight brawled out in the back. There are 3 bodies over there. Please go take a look.
This guard turns towards him, steps up to him, and kind of getting really close, whispers in his ear of all the stuff that they found. The rogue is still laughing his ass off. You can't quite make out what he's saying because the rogue is laughing. He turns back to them, and the captain turns and looks at you. They burned the noble alive, eh? I didn't hear any screaming then. You know, burning people alive usually means lots of screaming.
Absolus decides to interject. I believe they killed her beforehand, though one of them did say it was a drow. All I know is that there were multiple crossbow bolts in her body before they lit her on fire.
A drow? In Ravenholm? You've got to be kidding me.
Considering the fact I used the divine magic of Noxina to try to get answers from him, I'm somewhat more trustful of the information.
You made a fine mess in my town. Why didn't you just go for us? We could handle these things. It's what we do. This is why adventurers are always so annoying. You always go around making messes and thinking that you can just get away with it.
Can I say something? One of your guards has proof that I told them where one of the criminals, the one who set the noble on fire, was hiding.
He looks over as all the guards kind of face him. And you see the one with this massive great axe that's just banged at the ends. And he kind of like sets it down and gives a little nod. And the guard captain just nods back to him. Alright. So you exposed where one of the others were. That's... It's a fine fuckery you've brought upon my town. Tell you what. You and your lot... You go handle them smugglers. You've proven yourself to me so far. You take care of the smugglers at half price. And I'll consider this fine mess you made forgiven. Otherwise, you'll be paying a fee. Not only for the cleanup, but for the mess you made of my town. You understand? Do we have an accord?
I would like to interject.
I would as well.
Do you want to go first? Or do you want me to go?
Sydney,
You go
did
first.
Call first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. I turn and face the guard captain. How about you take my share, give us the full amount of what would be owed if we get this band, this group we're trying to go get. That way we still make money out of this.
You want to make money after you killed people in my town, or half responsible for the death of a noble? Did actually call us.
That we tried to save.
Well, from what they said, she was already dead.
At the time, we didn't know that.
Yeah.
All we had was
A right
information.
time to start screaming, guards, guards, help, you know. There's
I was
plenty of us
actually-
around if you haven't noticed.
Absolus interjects again. I was going to before they set the body on fire. And then I believe I'm ashamed to say this, but I believe my inner rages took over me when I was stopping the person who set her on fire.
You're
Or rather,
in a
the
rage,
person-
eh?
As a paladin, it shames me to say this.
Roll a persuasion check at disadvantage
Shiza.
For him.
for him.
Alright, bringing up character sheet again because I do not like this. Alright.
You know you can pop your character sheet out,
Yep.
right?
Yep. Disadvantage, persuasion.
Damn, that's pretty good.
That was with disadvantage.
Alright. We'll give you 800 to go handle those smugglers, but you'd better leave town right now. I don't want to see your faces for at least a day. Go.
That is fine by me, sir. And he requests that the shackles are taken off before they leave.
Yes.
Sydney raises her hands.
Kind of hard to.
Okay, can I have my staff back?
The guard with the axe picks your staff up off the ground and kind of sets it between your backpack and you, and flips you around and unlocks your shackles. The other guards come forward, grabbing your shackles and unlocking them. We'll give you a proper escort out of town. Bibsby, take them the fuck out of my sight. As for these lot, you're going to have a great time soon. These two guards walk up to you and begin escorting you out rather forcefully. They push you out of town. Alright, now you heard the captain. Get your asses out there and go do some good. That way we don't have to kill you when we see you again. Bye now.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
He's already heading out as soon as he's unshackled.
Sydney turns around and waves and thanks the guards. Thank you.
Almost immediately, Sydney, as you turn around, you see the guards take their weapons up and just finish these three guys off.
Well then.
Not even a trial.
Deserved.
Is that
Text to speech voice saying that just
Deserved.
So are we out of the town with the guard escort? Has it been an hour between this point and me casting my invisibility spell?
As you guys leave, I'm going to have to put you on the other side of the map because you didn't come from this side. Get rid of the turn order. Alright then.
Huzzah! We survived.
It's been roughly 45 minutes of you guys walking out of town. The guards have stopped escorting you about 5 minutes out, and you walk past the gates, you're out into the open fields and everything, but you're on the west side of town.
Well, seems we're going to go around town.
You gotta
Sydney,
bring
come
it around town.
Bring it
Sydney-
around.
Sydney turns to the group. Maybe we should take a break and sit down for a bit.
That might be good.
that might be.
So you're gonna take a short rest?
Yes, a short rest.
As all of you find yourselves walking over to these lovely rocks, you all take a quick breather and sit down. If you want to expend hit dice, you can to regenerate some HP.
Yeah, I'm going to help one of our party members.
If you sing a song of rest, that helps all of the party members, including
Okay, so
yourself.
yeah, so I'm going to do Song of Rest.
What song do you sing? If you think I'm sexy and you
I got big booty bitches, big booty bitches.
way to get the
Oh.
non-copyright version of that song. Good job.
Yeah. I got big bards, big bards. There you go. You all got 4 HP. You're welcome.
Is that 10 hit points? Is that 10 hit points?
That's
or...
recovery. You actually
Yeah.
heal
Okay.
4 hit points.
Okay, because I didn't take any damage.
Yeah, it wasn't really for you. It was for
The people that actually took damage.
yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
so the invisibility drops at this
Okay.
point.
Oh, look who it is! Holy shit, where you been, bro?
not in
I make a
chains.
combination of these two spells to create a ice sculpture in my hand to satisfy my boredom.
Alright, I'm rolling a 1d10 for short rest.
I am able to roll a 1d10.
You can actually just click on your hit die. I think it automatically rolls it.
No, I can't click on it even when I'm out of edit mode.
Yeah.
Oh, just roll a 1d10. It'll be fine.
Oh, look at that! Got a 10. I'm fully healed. No, I don't have 3,000 hit points. I only have 30.
You have 5 bajillion million hit points.
Beautiful.
Six on top of that. I'm back to full.
So you all rest up. You heal your wounds. The magical song of big, big bard booties and other whatnots actually somehow magically causes your wounds to heal slightly faster, though they do leave a few small scars on your body. You finish your rest for 1 hour here. I would like to take a group perception check. So everyone in the party, please roll 1 perception.
18.
15.
20. Let's see if Abigail's the only one who fails.
Alright, so be. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll be. Oh, you fucking dice.
You could just click perception in your sheet,
I
but
could, but it's nowhere near as fun.
there.
Alright. Well, as a group, you all rolled high enough. As you're all sitting here resting, you do see a dark figure approaching from the west.
Are we in the darkness at the moment?
No, it's pretty much midday.
Alright, I didn't know if I was in shade or anything. I already have my shield out and place my hand on the hilt of my rapier cautiously. Though I am curious to see who this individual is.
He's about right there, yeah? Come on. Up here. What the heck? Why you know up here? Why you do this to me?
Why you do this?
Ah!
There we go. There's his token. You all see walking down the path heading towards town this dark figure with this kind of like gilded golden horns on the top of his helmet. He's relatively tall, rather imposing looking for a single person just walking. He kind of gets within eyeshot and earshot of you and he stops. As you all get a pretty decent good look at this person, they're wearing this darkened metal armor. It's heavy plate mail. It's covering the majority of their body. This black, like, what are they called? A sash?
Scales?
Is it around the waist?
It's like around the waist, but it's like it drapes down, covering the back of the body. Like, I always forget what it's called.
I
Just go
believe
with
it is a sash.
That's close enough. It's basically a sash. It's covering the lower half of his body, and as he takes each step, it kind of kicks up off his heels. He has a cloak draped around him, and across his chest you see embroidered this symbol of Noxina. These multiple purple gems embedded into the armor, yet still flat, matched with these, like, metal candelabra. At the top of each of these candles is these purple gems that seem to glow. Even in the broad daylight, you can kind of see who
Someone
just...
left the party.
Yeah,
Oh, there it goes.
they're back. They walk in and they kind of stop as they get close enough to really get a good look at all of you. They don't say anything, they just stop and are staring at your party just resting on the side of the road.
Okay.
Absolus gives them a polite nod, showing his shield with the sigil of Noxina.
The moment that you do, takes a few steps closer towards your party, still staying relatively distant from the majority of you, and points towards you using his entire hand as if to just like hit you with that boy, and then beckons you over.
I politely get up and walk over closer, trusting in the fellow follower of my goddess.
I would like for you to roll a history check.
Why is PayPal being a fuck right now?
Because it's PayPal and everybody's getting their safety deposit checks.
15.
You, despite not really being from this area per se, do know this person just from their armor and the sigils they wear. This is one of Noxina's higher level, I guess, champions.
Followers? One of Noxina's champions.
Not necessarily her chosen champion, but one of the higher up champions. And once you get close to them, you do notice they have the beautiful porcelain mask that looks like it's illuminated by moonlight as you get close, covering the entire bottom half of their body, connecting to the brim of their helmet that covers the entire side of their face. As you actually try and look close, you cannot see their eyes. You only see these purple backlit pupils staring out. That's beyond that, everything inside of that mask is completely dark. And they stand at a good 6'2" in this beautifully crafted armor, a single large blade attached to the side of their hip, no shield, and nothing else. They do have a large backpack on their back, but it still seems to just be strange. You do know that this is one of Noxina's greater followers that have proven themselves.
Right.
He places his hand on the actual candelabra on his chest, and then places his hand on yours, the sigil on your shield. And for a moment, you actually see the candelabra kind of glow a bit. The inlays that have been made into the shield symbol actually illuminate for a small second before dissipating. With that, he simply gives you a nod, takes a step back, and continues walking.
I nod back in return and head back to my group, happy to have met one of my goddess's highest fighters.
And with that, he poofs.
Just
Who was that? I ask.
That is a man that I aspire to be in his position in the future. One of the champions of my goddess.
Clearly someone that we shouldn't mess with.
Yes,
Agreed.
obviously.
Agreed. I will say, if we were to ever try to mess with someone like him, we would all be 6 feet under within 5 minutes. If not faster.
Is it always so hot in the continent?
Sounds like a fun time if you ask me, I say while writing on my diary.
Is it always so hot on this continent?
Or wherever we are, country,
It's-
in the country?
Actually, rather cold. I know it looks warm, but Ravenholm has always been...
I just feel warm for some weird reason.
It's cause of the bard.
Oh, fuck you.
Most likely is.
I stand there staring at Aurora with disgust.
There we go.
I decided to sit over here in as much shade as possible.
There we go.
So it's fine.
Vicious,
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
you take a moment and you look at your shield, and as you do, you can sign and see in the little gems a slight shimmer every so often.
I become fascinated with this and decide to further myself by meditating and inquiring with Noxina herself, if possible. Pretty much just making a religion check to see if I can get any guidance on what to do next.
So did anybody loot the pockets of those guys we killed, or we just not get any money for that?
We didn't have a chance when the guards randomly showed up. Dude yelled at him.
Of course we wouldn't. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I mean, we might get experience, but that's about it.
Does experience pay me? No, it does not.
I mean,
Doesn't-
you were the one who was.
Nobody said not to shoot him. Don't put the blame on me.
Okay.
I look at Sydney and go, what instrument do you use anyway?
The skin flute.
Skin flute, aka under my breath. Under my breath.
Disgusting.
Electric
Yes!
guitar.
I'm happy with this.
Do you have any incense or anything that you've taken with you, or did you bring a priest pack?
I did bring a priest pack.
Alright, so you actually set up like a small altar in the shade, putting a few sticks of incense. You kneel down and pressing your hand against your holy symbol, and you focus and try and meditate. What are you asking the goddess in your prayers? Go ahead and DM that to me. While that's going on, is anybody else going to be doing anything?
I am going to just start cleaning my weapon, or my sword and my shield.
Check my stuff.
I'll also take my hood and my faceplate off.
Everybody sees.
I want to ask Sydney if I can try her instrument and to do a performance check.
I will gladly agree to that. Sydney hands over her instrument to Aurora.
Aurora, go ahead and make a. Wow.
Holy shit!
Wow, that's a great check.
Sydney Alt F4s.
You see, as Aurora kind of takes your lute, she strums it once and, like, kind of winces. She kind of plays with it a little bit and retunes it properly. And then she plays Wonderwall.
There's gonna be like,
Bruh.
there's gonna be some movement this way, just away from that.
What
I'm
song
about
are you going to
head
try and
out.
play? Or are you just, like, strumming around?
Sydney starts to dance with Aurora.
I hand it back and go, I was never a person for music.
Is somebody challenging my loud typing?
I am.
I am now.
Sorry.
No, to me. Okay, so what's our plan here? Because I was kind of avoiding being shackled after our last little tidbit, and I kind of was ignoring everything till that annoyance started playing.
We are still tracking down that smuggling ring.
So,
Tracking it. That's progress right here. Nobody's got any information on it. It's wonderful.
the information that you guys do know is that the stuff that Sydney had told you earlier about how they were in the east somewhere, near where the raids happened. That all the attacks have been happening on the east. Unfortunately, you're on the west side of town.
So, like you said, we have to go round. So we better start freaking moving.
So as your short rest kind of comes to an end, Abyssius, you do recognize that Abyssilis actually finishes their prayer. They seem lighter, ever so slightly. A little bit of a smile on their face as they pack up all their things and their incense. And as you all get your gear back together, you've all been set. You've taken your hour to rest. It's still midday-ish. You have about an extra hour tacked on to your previous travel time in order to get around town and to the area that you need to get to. Are you all just going to head straight there, or is there anything else that you want to do?
That would be a group decision.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking to them. Shh! Quiet!
Come back from around the corner.
Can I look at my silver scales to check if nothing is broken?
Go ahead and make a perception check. You do notice a hairline fracture in one of your external scales, but then you rub it and it's just a piece of hair that was on it and it falls off. Beyond that, yeah, you're fine.
Yeah. I'll be 1 second.
Okay, I hide the scales again.
Okay, so
Time to start moving.
So as you all gather your things and you prepare to take off, you begin the long and arduous trek back across around the town.
I am going to be keeping my eye out for anything of note that may be shiny or money-based if we come across anything of that sort.
Roll a survival check.
Survival check, you say? Okay, come on, pull up the character sheet. Alright, survival. You said survival, right?
Yeah.
Wabam. Did it not roll?
Give it a second. It hasn't popped up if you tried. Try it again. Make sure your edit is off though. Sometimes it. 15.
There's the 15. Alright, and there's the other one. Okay, so we'll take the 15.
But yeah, first roll always goes. As your group is traversing, you're looking around for anything that might be shiny. A few rocks kind of catch your eye. You pick them up, and it's just, false quartz, not worth anything. Literally, 1 copper for a bag of 1,000.
Look, money's money because I don't have any money on her at the moment. This is why she's so pissy. Alright, so we each had 1 copper piece?
It's 1 copper piece for every 1,000.
So you'd have to have 1,000 of those to even get 1 copper.
Yeah, they're useless and they're scattered across the ground.
That's just not worth carrying.
How do you know how much money you have?
There, you start with a base value when you bring up your class.
It's normally your background tells you how much money you have on your person. It'll normally say you start with a gold pouch with so much money. Because of your background, you actually had 25 gold. Starting.
much?
25?
25 gold?
Yes.
Okay. Can I give 15 of that gold to, I don't know who your character name is, half-orc person or cleric?
Cleric, her name is Abigail, but nobody has asked her name yet. They asked her to tag along.
Oh, okay.
As far as you
Okay.
know, it's just a very scrawny half-orc that's short.
Okay. Well, I'm going to approach our half-orc in the bush.
She's gonna look at you.
That's okay. I'm going to approach our half-orc, extend my hand, and say, "My name is Sydney. What is yours?"
Abigail.
Okay,
She's not
Abigail.
gonna shake. She's not gonna shake the hand.
That's fine. That's fine. Abigail, you don't seem too happy to roll with us, so I'm going to give you some gold so that you can cheer up just.
If you're handing me gold, I will accept it. Yes,
Yep.
but
I'll
that
give
doesn't
you-
mean I'll be any happier for it.
That's okay. I will give you 15 gold, and I will make note of that.
15? Jesus.
Yep.
That's actually a pretty decent amount of money starting off.
Yeah. That's like handing someone $200 or something and like, yeah, just be happy about it.
Well, if you knew the type of person I was, in real life, in this character.
Yep. Don't question it. It's their character to roleplay. They'll do what they want to do.
It's interesting to say the least.
Everyone's different. This is also taking place while you guys are in transit. I haven't changed the screen because I don't have any more transition screens that I want to waste yet. So just imagine you guys are just walking down a path, going around town and across to the other side.
No.
As Abigail is confronted with this, you get the money, you put it in your coin purse as you do. And as you do, you turn around and you do notice something glinting just off the side of the path. Something kind of catches your eye and it's shiny.
I am going to be cautious of it, but at the same time, I'm going to try to get a closer look as to what it might be.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh, buddy, I love these. And the dice says it does. Oh, there it goes. Oh,
Yeah. You're pretty lucky that A, you didn't roll a critical fail, and B, there's no sweaty asses that you can motorboat. You come across an encampment. I'm gonna move you guys around real quick, just bear with me.
Don't mind me, I'm just gonna keep petting my cat.
Okay, that's one way to say some dirty things.
Oh no, I actually have a cat in my lap right now.
Mm-hmm.
Say hi to them, little kitty.
So do I, wink wink.
I don't even know if you could pick up his purring anymore. He used to purr really loudly.
Until after the war.
Until after the war.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and switch you over.
Holy shit.
Welcome. Abigail, you come across what appears to be like some broken up ruins. And as you peek around the corner, you do see that the actual glint that caught your eye was a small campfire in the corner of this building. Inside of it, you do see a rather husky looking wolf. A single guy wearing a quiver of arrows on his back, seemingly restringing a bow. There's a donkey in the corner. And you do notice a tent posted up here.
So am I behind a pathway of rock here, or what's
Yeah.
the deal? Is it okay?
This is solid stone, and because you rolled high enough, you actually are hidden relatively behind the stone. Out of eye shot, should say.
And I'm the first to notice this?
Yeah, the others, I have them in the bottom corner because they're not super close, as you kind of wandered off a bit.
Okay, so let's see. I wouldn't. I am going to signal them over if I can, but at the same time, kind of like give a hand gesture to kind of stay low.
You pick up one of the little worthless quartz and you throw it. It kind of dings off of Ray's helmet, or her face mask, and it's just like a little tink. Very light, doesn't really hurt or anything. And you get most of the party's attention. They all kind of stop and look over. You give your hand motion for them to get down and move closer. With that, everybody kind of closes in nearby. Kind of still hiding in the brush.
Anybody else want to do anything, or is it still me?
I think right now it's still under you because we
Yeah.
just got here.
You're all sitting in the brush.
Because you kind of motioned to us to kind of keep low. Kind
That's-
of waiting on you.
Currently, from their position, they only see the rock, and they can see some smoke pluming out of the top. They can't actually see the encampment itself.
I decided to move over, staying in the shadows next to freaking. What is your fucking name?
Abigail.
Abigail.
I decided to stay right over there and go. What the
I have an idea to
Whispering
make
it.
this a bit easier for you guys to see each other.
Let's see. What is this? How far is this? Nope. How do I make the arrow?
You click on the ruler.
So from you, it's about the hunter is about 75 feet away from you. Just the tent is about 50, 45 to 50.
Oh, that's fine. All I need to do is cast myself another sleep spell.
Does it have a range of greater than 70?
90 feet is the range on the sleep spell.
Shiza. Yeah, you can hit every single animal
And-
and person.
Just to pull it up for you, I'll bring up the spell again.
Well, it still has to roll, so you're going to have to use it.
Well, yeah, I get it. So, I'm going to. Oh, there we go. We do that. We'll do one of these, and boom. This is first level.
Why are we doing this again?
He
I'm
wants
just putting people
things.
to. I'm just putting people to sleep. Oh my God, that's some numbers.
Jesus.
Are you putting us all to sleep?
No.
I'm putting. Let's see. Creatures within 20 feet point of one. Choosing, I'm putting. If I can see the hunter or the wolf, anything in a 20. If I can at least see the wolf after making like a couple steps just to peek around the rock, I'm going to cast it on the wolf and the hunter or anything in the 20-foot range of the wolf.
Yeah.
From
the
your
dog.
position, there's a tent in the way.
Yeah, so if I was to do something like peek around the corner here,
He would
what I
be
s-
able to see the wolf without the tent in the way, and that would also affect the hunter because the hunter is 15 feet away from the wolf, which is within the 20-foot range.
There you go.
I get exactly what he don't for.
goodies.
The goodies.
Yeah, so starting with the wolf, I guess, then go to the hunter's hit point pool.
starting with the creature that has the lowest hit points, so definitely the wolf.
A cleric with sleep spells, everybody.
Yes.
Right then. So, that's 34.
Mm-hmm.
The wolf falls asleep. He just kind of, you see it for a second, it just kind of like lays down, puts its head down, and falls asleep.
Oh.
The hunter seems unaffected.
I don't know he's there, so.
Because there's a tent in the way.
Good job,
Exactly.
Abigail.
And that's,
Interesting.
I'm going to try to stealthily make my way up behind the tent.
Go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Okie dokie. My favorite thing.
Just past perception.
At least, it's not my worst skill.
Fair.
Oh, why did it roll?
Why did it
with
roll
that?
with disadvantage?
Yeah, you
Why
still
did
have
it
the
roll-
disadvantage tag on it.
I
Hang on.
didn't. I don't
Your
think I
first
put
roll
this-
was an 11, so it's an 11 plus 3.
14.
Okay. Go ahead and switch to hidden. Do I have his perception? I do.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that's a tie. I think in this situation, I think it favors you as the DM more than it does me, player. But I guess I leave that up to your choice.
It might also be passive perception. I forget because he's not actively looking for anyone.
I mean, after I put his wolf to sleep, maybe something. I don't know.
Maybe.
I mean, the wolf could have fallen asleep naturally.
You
Yeah.
sneak up behind the tent. Go ahead and move your token over. The hunter doesn't seem to really move much, but he finishes restringing the bow that he has. Kind of sets it over his shoulder and stands up. And you hear him.
Try to.
I just signal everybody to come out. Just
Okay.
I don't do it.
Sydney
I'm still gonna
decides.
hide.
Sydney decides to move.
I'm gonna hide as well.
I will
Just
move.
stay there and wait.
Should I move closer or not? Like, for reasons unknown. I'm assuming right there. Is that where you want me?
Almost in a flash, you see the hunter appear right next to you. He just stands there, staring at you, gives you a quick look up and down. Is it normal for you to just ambush people when they've made camp on the side of the road?
Absilis is walking out calmly, just not.
I'm a bit more paranoid than most. So any encampment, I make my way around it, or I loot it. And that's me being perfectly honest with you. She says, not changing her tone, keeping a straight face, and just right there, just
You're one of the
Sydney-
glistening worshippers, aren't you?
Sydney approaches.
what?
You worship the gilded dragon?
Hang on, let me.
God damn it! I can't move.
You had to switch to
Uh,
the arrow. Yeah.
Yeah. Personally, no. I worship my.
I wasn't
worship
talking to
God.
you. Turns back towards Abigail.
The Gilded Dragon is the Dragon of Greed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then she just nods. Yes.
It's good to see your fellow worshipper. Don't touch my shit or I'll kill you.
That gets a chuckle out of her.
Now, I assume that your group is here hunting the smugglers as well, especially since you're in the mists. I don't know.
Can you say that again? You kind of cut in and out there. I didn't get the full conversation.
Yeah, same for me.
Sorry, Discord is being garbage.
Yeah.
You're here hunting the smugglers, yes? I'm
The
assuming you're
smuggle-
coming here for the bounty that was put by the local town.
Oh yeah, the smugglers. Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. They said they'd pay me for helping them, so money's money.
Indeed it is.
But if it ain't worth my life, I ain't staying.
Well, I've been tracking them for a while.
Oh, have you now?
Few more of them than I would like to face off on my own, so I'm just picking off their scouts as I can. Reduced their numbers by about half so far, but there's still plenty more in there.
Oh.
You know
Well-
that they actually do have a supposed treasure that they're hiding down there.
Oh yeah, I've heard. Definitely heard. Kind of want it for myself.
As do
I'm
I.
straight face here, not gonna lie to you there on that. Why would I? Greed. I take pride in my greed. There's no shame in it.
I mean, you worship the Gilded Dragon. You're a proud worshiper.
You see the hunter bend down. He picks up a stone, throws it over the tent. You just see this as Red Fang wakes up.
Oh my lord.
So, then what do you propose we do? Because I'm working with them, and this is just probably more of a makeshift operation. If we put our resources together, we may be able to A, find the treasure, I get myself paid, maybe get a little bit of that, and we can figure out who gets what at the end of it, if we all live through whatever crap this is going to be.
Well, the reward alone is split, 4 ways? 250 gold.
No, hang on, 4 ways, we got...
No, because Sydney interjects and explains that 100 of my gold
What?
to help with repairs. Is Sydney speaking to Abigail, and then Aurora's giving you 200 of hers, which means you're getting
Aurora? Just how many of there are you?
enough.
You say
I'm gonna
that.
come back to Abigail.
You see as the hunter looks over, seeing Ray approaching. For a moment, you can actually see him almost twitch, almost as if he was going to grab his sword before he relaxes again.
They're harmless. Trust me.
I'm harmless. You say I'm harmless, but
Shut up.
yes, I
Shut
suppose
up.
I am.
Shut up.
We're not harmless to you, Hunter.
Is
Do
that
you-
a threat?
You just
She turns. Can you all just shut up?
I'm agreeing with you. What more do you want?
Silence before I cast it. She turns back to the hunter. So, with everything being set in stone, let's say, what would you feel is good rendering for your services if you help us track and capture or kill these idiot smugglers and find their bounty? Or treasure, I should say.
Well, you see, I already know where they are. I know where their encampment is, and I know how many there are.
So then we'd be paying you for information, is what you're saying.
You'd be paying me for quite a lot.
I would feel it apt if I gave you half of my payment from the person that's paying me the extra in the party here for the information, and if we find their treasure trove, you and I are the first to dig through and divvy out what we'd like for you, and then we can take the rest. I'm essentially giving you half of my payment and first pick of the rewards that we find. Does that not sound fair
Step
for
up
you?
and say I call dibs on books and you don't get to say otherwise.
Are you the one bargaining here?
No, but she makes good.
If you want books, go to a library.
Are you the one with knowledge? I don't think so.
I have enough people
No.
skills. I have enough people skills to know when one is barging in on an argument of greed. And I'm being very generous here.
Greed will be your demise.
Then
Half
I
of
welcome
your
it.
payment. And how much is that exactly?
Well, my original payment was 400 gold pieces. Depending on how much gets tacked off from recent damages, you still get half regardless of what I get paid. So, if it's my original payment of 200 halved, so half of 200 is probably 100, I still give you 50 gold pieces. And to sweeten the deal, I can give you another 10 right now.
I get first pick of the treasure once we find it. Whatever I want, whatever I can carry, I keep. Besides,
That's a bit deceptive because you have 2 pets from what I can see. So the horse or mule behind you and the dog?
the dog's only good for biting asses. Specifically, Molly. She's the biggest ass around. Right next to your bard.
Well, it's not my bard. But
Laura's not
anyway,
here to interject.
let's say first item pick will go to you.
Half
I pick-
of the treasure we find, and you can keep your money.
That's a deal.
And I get first pick for my half.
Very fair.
Well,
You see as he puts his fingers to his mouth and just... And Molly comes strolling over. As well as Red Fang coming around the other side. Right then. Shall I lead your ragtag bunch of whatever the hell you are? Hopefully you're ready. It's only about a 2 hours walk from where we stand. I travel as a hunter's pace, and if you fall behind, I'll leave you behind. More treasure for me.
That sounds very fair. Where is the... Yeah, so, is everybody in agreement with that now? We follow him, and we get to collect on this reward and get a little bit extra.
Sounds good with me.
Sure.
I guess we don't really have a say, do we?
Not really.
I don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Not if you want those books.
Did you just tell her to go to a library?
Sarcasm. Nobody gets it.
I got it.
I know.
Yeah, you are trash at it anyway.
She makes note, and I'm gonna go use the bathroom, and we can let the party do what it needs to do.
So, as you go ahead and set yourself in a marching order that you would like.
A mark?
Marching order.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to be up front then. The paladin should be up. Oh, no. God damn it, fucking potato.
Get your fucking potato ass up there.
I should be at least in the back. One heavy hitter up front, one heavy hitter in the back.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Abigail, I think you're up front, in front of Aurora. I would assume that's how rotation goes.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll be close enough to him.
So this is your marching order?
Mm-hmm.
10-4.
Alright, so as you all proceed through following this hunter, mainly following the donkey, as it's pretty much the best thing you can track, as occasionally the hunter will just simply vanish into the leaves. And Red Fang also. They no longer make noise every so often, they'll just disappear. But Molly seems to just know where they're going and keeps following, and you all kind of track Molly for the most part, as her fat ass isn't really quiet.
Molly!
The hunter leads you through rather twisted and very heavy underbrush with large tree cover, leading you through this unmarked path, essentially. Eventually coming up to a opening. This opening. Jesus, that's fucking zoomed in as fuck. I'm gonna turn. That doesn't work. I have to do this the other way. Whatever. Son of a bitch. Stop.
Son of a bitch!
Move. Yeah, that's good enough. This is just for cosmetics, for the most part.
Okay.
Bear with me. It leads you up to this massive house that's just buried out here in the wilderness. There's no actual real roads except for this stone pathway that just cuts off and leading out into the woods. There's a well out in front. It's very large and seemingly unkempt house. There's cobwebs and spiders crawling through it. You can tell that the roof is just falling apart. There's rotting wood everywhere. The well itself even has this putrid scent coming up from it. He leads you to this place. That's when the hunter stops, puts his hand up to gesture for everyone to halt and then gather close. As he turns back towards all of you. Well, this is their hideout, at least the front end, if you could say. It's the only way in and out. They collapsed the other tunnels leading in and out. This is pretty much it. We're going in.
Sure. You're absolutely sure there's no other way we can get into those tunnels.
You see, my grandfather helped build those tunnels. I was there. I know where all the entrances and exits were. But they collapsed those tunnels, roughly 600 yards of collapsed stone. There's no way in and out except for this now. It used to be an old abandoned mining, well, abandoned now, but it used to be a mining area. Used to send miners out here. It was very luxurious until they found some strange atrocities down there. At least, that's what they said. And kept complaining about ghosts and other spooky things that don't really, well, for lack of better words, they don't fucking exist. And hey, who am I to say? There is only the one way in and out. I've tracked every single smuggler in and out of that area. This is just more or less a storehouse that they've taken over. If we're going in, we have to go in through the front door.
I see.
Kinda why I didn't want to make an assault by myself. You starting to understand?
We'll definitely need to be cautious. If possible, just slip in to the side.
From what I can tell, from my count, there's roughly 27 still in the, still living. At least I've seen 27 go in, but only about 2 or 3 will ever come out at a time, and I've been picking a few of them off here and there. And my last count was 27 inside. Are you sure you're all ready for this?
I look at the Sydney and whisper, for all we know this fucker is one of them.
Sydney turns to Aurora and nods. We should be careful.
So I'm going to do an insight check on him real quick if I can.
Sure.
Just want to be sure he's not a lying little bastard, because I am skeptical.
And you do want all the money for yourself.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. 21.
From what you can tell, he's telling the truth.
Okay. Telling the truth here, alright. Okay, so that doesn't move with me. Okay. You know, I guess... Do we want to take a full evening's rest to regain spells and any hit points that might still be missing, or...
Yes.
Yeah.
And then my other question is do we want to set up some traps for them if any do come outside the cave?
I have most of my spells left, so I'll stay on watch. Though
Do
I
we have any traps skills?
And I've got full HP, so I should also stay up.
I have a decent survival skill, but that doesn't mean I couldn't craft a pitfall trap if somebody would be more than willing to help me. We just need something called dirt.
I have time.
It's
I'll
at
help you.
this point the hunter kind of puts his hand, just a very gentle but firm tap on your shoulder. He begins guiding your vision towards certain areas. I need you to roll a perception check or a survival check. I'll let you pick.
I mean, it's still a +2 either way.
As he's pointing out, you kind of catch a glimpse of Aurora's side profile. And
Hey, what?
the profile from the side, like when somebody's standing sideways.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You get a little bit distracted for a second for some odd reason. Something about her dress, like glinting in the sun, just reminded you of money. And your attention was just drawn to these 2 money bags that she's carrying around on her chest. You have no idea what the fuck he was pointing at, but hey, he was pointing at something.
Well, there's one.
I'm gonna check the well.
Mhm.
I'm gonna look down into the well.
Roll a. You're a half elf, right? You have dark vision.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead and just roll a regular perception.
Oh, 6.
It stinks. Smells like shit.
Yes. Great.
And there's stone walls that have some shit on them. Can't really tell what the shit is, but there's some shit, and it smells like shit. So, you said you got into a scuffle earlier?
Yeah.
So you're going to be needing to take a night, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Well,
But should anything happen, I'm going to touch him and I'm going to cast Vigilant Blessing. So if we do happen to get into combat, he has advantage on his next initiative roll until I go to sleep. Or let's see, the benefit ends after I use this feature again, or the creature uses this ability, or I cast it on someone else.
okay. He kind of walks over to Molly and kind of drags you all back into some underbrush and sets up these, like, it looks like leaves and other grass pieces that are weaved together into these, like, almost curtains. And he stabs them into the actual trees nearby with a dagger so it holds up, creating like a actual covering of an underbrush. Kind of like a camo tent, except it's just an overhang that covers you. And it's a relatively soft grassy patch there. If you're gonna sleep, do it now. Once we go in, I doubt we're gonna have much sleep. You're gonna need to be at the top of your game. My last count, there was 27 down there, and I don't think they're gonna go down without a fight. So with that, if you were all going to take a long rest, go ahead and take a long rest. Regenerate half of your...
I'll take the long rest.
You'll regenerate all of your spell slots.
I'm still staying up. I'm not tired.
You can regenerate half of the hit dice that you've already expended if you take the long rest.
I'm good.
Or
From our
half of
rest-
your main stuff.
From our rest earlier, did my Bardic Inspiration come back?
No, the Bardic Inspiration only comes back after long.
Okay, so this is
I
a
didn't
long
use
rest.
mine.
Yes.
Is it still there?
No, it
So-
only lasts 10 minutes.
Nah.
Yeah, the Bardic Inspiration will only last 10 minutes, or unless the DM rules, it lasts until you use it, or the Bard takes a long rest and casts it on somebody else.
Yeah, so now I'm going to be able to regenerate it after this long.
Yes.
I'll have it back.
Boom.
Speaking, did we get any experience?
We'll calculate that at the end of the sessions.
Okay.
Actually, it's probably coming up close to the end of this one. I'm going to go ahead and call this one here. You all settle in for the night. Well, the evening, I should say. It's pretty much like early afternoon. Exhausted from your scuffle earlier and the massive amount of traveling that you've already done. It's been a pretty long day for you all. You see as the hunter just kind of like leans up against a tree, still has his bow just kind of hanging in his hand. An arrow knocked but not pulled back, and he's just waiting, staring at the entrance. You see his red fang is sitting there staring, sniffing the air occasionally, and kind of like getting up for a second before sitting back down. You all rest relatively peacefully. You all wake up and it's early dawn. very early dawn. The sun still hasn't really come up. And you're all getting prepped and ready. You're getting your armors on. Aurora is fixing her corset, and Sydney is picking the lice out of her hair. All the fun stuff that you do. And with that, we will prepare for next week's session where you guys attack the stronghold of the smugglers.
Should be fun.
Sweet.
Sweet. That was awesome. All right.
As for your experience, I normally go by milestone. So I probably won't say that you guys have leveled up just yet.
I mean, we murdered a bunch of peasants. I wouldn't call that a level up.
Yeah, we did. We did just. We basically went murder hobo for a little bit.
You killed a
Yeah.
few rogue adventurers that were in a bind.
Yeah.
You managed to talk your way through a few checks. You didn't fail on a whole lot of them, though when you did fail, it was hilarious for me, so.
I don't think we were murder hobos.
Okay, yeah, we weren't murder hobos, but we killed a bunch of rogue adventurers.
I have no
We did
problem
what we
with
had
that.
to Odo to
Neither
do
do I.
asterisk.
And yeah. With that, we'll bring this session to a close and we'll pick up here next week on Saturday, same time.
Yay.
All right.